What's up, chat? It's Wednesday, my dudes. We're getting wactical today because Games Workshop's just here to spite me, I think. After 2 weeks of saying, I think this Thursday is when we're going to get a balance update, folks, they went ahead and said, you know what? Fuck it. We're doing it on Wednesday today. Why Wednesday? But you know what? I'm here for it. That gives us 2 full days before the weekend to internalize the changes. I figured momentarily we would talk about their little points update commentary. They had a little bit of a discussion about what was changing. I'll move my microphone, folks, so it doesn't sound too bad. Inky's freaking the fuck out right now. They had a little bit of an update about what was changing, a little bit of a talk on Warhammer community, so we can go through that, and then we can get into the changes themselves. I have not read them yet. I literally woke up about 15 minutes ago and made this stream event. So let's see how we do it. They did my favorite thing. They didn't even give me the opportunity, the luxury of lubing up. Yeah, basically. It was kind of out of nowhere, by the way. Some people knew, though. And that makes me sad, but that's okay. There were some other people were aware. They were ready, but I was not ready for the Wednesday balance up. The Thursday update. So good morning, everyone. I hope you're having a good time, or having a good week. I hope you're ready to talk about some Warhammer 40k balance, because that's what we're going to do today. Let's dive into this thing. So they call out specifically Adeptus Sororitas, Thousand Sons Drukhari Space Wolves receiving points updates. Orcs and Genius cults have been struggling. I think that might have been a mischaracterization. Genius cults, I think, have been unlocked a little bit. I know some players, some high-profile folks are of the opinion that they are extremely good and just underplayed. I don't know how much I believe that, but I know that their win rate has dramatically improved in the last 3 weeks or so. So this might be old information, and I hope that we don't overtune them, but we'll see how things go. Orcs and Genius have been struggling, so they have adjustments. Other factions are performing well against each other. So it sounds like, and we'll have to see how things work out in the points update itself, it sounds like they are not reviewing Space Marines independently, because I don't think you can make the conscientious argument that Codex compliant Space Marines are performing well, are in a good spot whatsoever. But Space Marines as a whole are, because if you look at Space Wolves and Dark Angels and Blood Angels now, they are incredibly strong. But the fact that they don't call out Space Marines whatsoever, besides the Space Wolf that they want to nerf Thunderwolf Cavalry, seems to indicate that they are not looking at Codex compliant Marines as an independent faction, which I know is a controversial statement. Whichever way you fall on it, somebody's going to be sad. So that might be unfortunate for Codex Space Marines. I was kind of hoping for something, but we'll see how the actual update tackles them. Updates to the FAQ and I continue to answer questions. The one that they talk about here is surge moves. They want to clean up surge moves. We did have a discussion about surge moves, and I think it might be that the accursed cultists have sort of like brought this into focus. The fact that different things surge differently. And if they codify that and make it like a universal rule, I think that would be amazing. Next update later this year. So it says later this year, but I think they're probably going to be January. Although, as Warhammer Community, the Facebook page discussed, we are probably looking down an update in December, because that's when they said that Death Watch were getting new rules. So there may be a December actual rules update, but we'll see. Specifically, we're looking at Miracle Icy Generation, Cult Ambush Mechanics, and a better experience for Codex Space Marine players. Oh, but we have to wait 2 months? That's too bad. Yeah, those are all some of the biggest balance pain points in the game right now. Cult Ambush is a I don't even know if I want to say Cult Ambush is a bad army rule, but it is a dramatically unfun army rule. Nobody's excited about Cult Ambush. Oh, I got a 1 in 3 chance my dude comes back and then dies immediately again. Cool, man. That's fun. I love that. I love giving you no prisoners another turn. Miracle dice definitely generate too much. We're shoving Codex Updates under the rug. Why did they take a dump on Marines with Space Marine 2, bring a buttload of new Space Marine players in 40k? I think that I don't think that Games Workshop really like these updates are irrespective of other things happening in the community. Games Workshop doesn't really like synergize their releases that well. That's been kind of a perennial problem. There's been a bunch of stuff where we're like, well, wouldn't it be cool if they stacked a release alongside this other big release, and then they just don't do that, and you're like, okay, cool. You know, Space Marine 2 came out. Do we have a model tie-in? Is there a Titus model now that has rules in the game? Wouldn't that be cool? No, there's not. They just don't do any of that, which is, you know, it is what it is. All right, where should we start, chat? Looks like there's updates to Pride Nexus Tournament Companion, Militarum Field Manual, and Rules Commentary. Also, every single index update. This might be a long stream, folks. I hope. Are those actual changes or those weird little things? Cult Ambush will either be either broken or unfun. Field Manual first, Pride Nexus Companion first. I feel like Pride Nexus Companion will be based off the rules commentary. Okay, let's get into. I'm gonna jump through the core rule updates here. We're looking for red text. Surge moves. Some rules enable units to make out-of-phase quote-unquote surge moves. I like that it's codified. When a certain trigger occurs, i.e. Khorne Berserker's Blood Surge triggered after one or more models are destroyed by ranged attacks. Unless otherwise stated, each of the following applies to all surge moves. Each unit can only make one surge move per phase. Thank fucking God, dude. A unit cannot make a surge move while battle shocked. A unit cannot make a surge move while it is in engagement range of one or more enemy units. That doesn't quite standardize all of them, right? Because some of them have different triggers. And some of them change who can move into engagement range with. And also distance. But that's you love to see it. No more infinitely surging AC/DC squads. Get absolutely shit on. You stupid unit. It's always broken. That's good. That's a good little update there. I like that. I wish that they would just like USR it and say you can surge. You know, it is a surge move, and you just update the rule to say make a surge move of up to X instead of like all the verbiage. But it is what it is. That's for 11th edition, I guess. When everyone complains about USRs enough that they remove USRs, and where it's 8th edition all over again. Updates to leader. Each time the last model in a bodyguard unit is destroyed, each character unit is no longer part of the attached unit. It becomes a separate unit with an original starting strength. Each time the last model in a character unit that is attached to a bodyguard is destroyed, the attached unit's bodyguard is no longer an attached unit. So does that mean persistent effects no longer carry over? Is that the implication here? No, they still do. I'm not really sure what this applies to. Huh. Okay. I'm sure maybe somebody in chat can illuminate me what this does. I guess, like, it just clarifies that you can't argue. There's no argument that a character with a dead bodyguard is attached for some weird interaction. Maybe that somebody made, like, that argument. I don't know, it was bizarre. Card effects was only once per turn. Yeah, so the way it ended up working, we figured this out on stream, because Longship Loft double surged on me, and I was like, wait, what? You can't do that. Every instance of Blood Surge on an infantry unit was repeatable infinitely. Every instance of Blood Surge on a non-infantry unit was once per turn. But they changed it. If an attack is subject to a roll that changes its damage characteristic to 0, as well as another roll that applies a negative modifier to damage to a minimum of 1, what happens? Damage characteristic is still 0. Okay, well, fair enough. If a unit is destroyed, and that same unit is later returned to the battlefield, do persisting effects apply? Yes! Oh, cool. That's cool. So if you oath a moment of anger on and he returns before your next command phase, then he's still oathed. When a model is destroyed, until it has been removed from the battlefield, does it continue to benefit from all of its abilities and aura abilities it is in range of? And do its own aura abilities affect eligible units in range? Yes, to all cases. That's weird timing. If some rolls take effect at the start of a phase, turn, or battle round, and another roll takes effect during that same phase, turn, or battle round without specifying the start, can the latter roll take effect before all the other rolls resolved? In most cases, new rolls that take effect at the start of a phase, turn, a battle round must be fully resolved for any rolls. The exception to this is if you use a roll that takes effect at the start of a phase or turn and the opponent has a roll that is explicitly triggered as a result of your roll taking effect. Okay, this is how almost every single event ruled it, so I'm glad it's codified. For example, if you use Doom Bolts to inflict mortal wounds on a Adeptus Custodes unit, use Arcane Genetic Alchemy to grant the unit 4+ feel no pain. Since the stratagem is triggered just after mortal wound has been allocated, you can use it. Okay, yeah. That is a good thing to know. If a roll enables the unit to make an out-of-phase surge move determined by a dice result, when a model makes such a move, does it have to move the full distance allowed? So, here, this is the problem with these rules, right? I think that there is an intention that, as far as I can see, has not been sufficiently enunciated. The surge rules say that you do have to move the full distance, but this FAQ says you don't. But it's specifying model versus unit. The problem is that the rule says that the unit must move as close as possible, which indicates the unit must move the full distance. The distance of the Blood Surge move must be the full distance allowed by the D6. However, each individual model in that unit can move up to the distance. The rules as written say that this impacts the closest model in your unit and every other model in the unit differently, which is how it works. But is stupid. And I don't think is the intention of how you are supposed to use it. If your opponent uses a fire overwatch stratagem to shoot at a unit and destroys one or more of its models, can you use a rule that enables that unit to make an out-of-phase surge move? This is a question that actually came up in at Battle for Salvation. The head judge here made a ruling on it. It'd be interesting to see if they felt that it was the correct ruling. If you use a rule that enables the unit to make an out-of-phase surge move that brings your unit into engagement range of one or more enemy units, can any models in your unit continue to resolve the move that triggered the use of Fire Overwatch? No. Conversely, if your opponent used the Fire Overwatch stratagem at the start of your unit's move, and that surge move was insufficient to bring your unit into engagement range, your unit can continue to resolve the move as normal. Hi, Inky. Oh, you're just right in the camera there. What's up? Use a rule that enables the unit to make an out-of-phase surge move and brings you into engagement range of one or more enemy units. Can you continue to resolve the move? No. I guess, like, realistically, you're not supposed to be able to resolve a charge while in engagement range. That's bizarre. That's a bizarre ruling, but it's like clean, I guess. If your models end up in engagement range, you should just stop moving regardless. Like, you've already made it. But it's like weird to be like, what if you're engaged and you go, I'm gonna fall back? I guess you can't. What if you're a Carnifex? All right, right. Here's the situation. What if you're a Carnifex and you go, I'm gonna fall back, and your opponent declares an Overwatch in response to your fallback at the start, and then shoots you, and then you blood surge into engagement? You can no longer fall back out of engagement. Like, what? That's bizarre. I feel like, I don't know. It's a weird clarification. I don't see any other updates here, though. I'm not sure if I'm happy with those updates to blood surges, chat. I feel like they have not answered any questions. They did a little bit, I guess. They sort of cleaned up a little bit of how they interact with charges and things, and restricting them to once per phase is good, but I don't know. It didn't feel like it was that didn't feel like it was as big of a nuclear missile mechanic as we needed. The FAQ, I mean, theoretically it overrides rules as written, but the problem is that it's like ruled wrong, because the rule and the FAQ both differentiate between a model and a unit moving. So the Blood Surge rule says your unit must move the full distance, and the FAQ says each model can move up to the distance that they want. Like, yeah, both of those things can be true. The unit can move as close as possible, and then the model can move can move whatever distance it wants, as long as the unit as a whole has closed the distance as quickly as it can. And I think the intention, and it's like it's annoying to have to like discern intention from an update. If you knock my water off, Inky, so help me God, I'll put you in a shelter. I think the intention is that you choose the distance that the unit moves, and after determining the D6 result, and then they must move the full amount of distance that you chose as close as possible to the nearest enemy. And I feel like they keep FAQing closer to that, but they've never actually said that that's how it worked, right? They didn't say, here's how Blood Surge works, chats. Everybody, here's an FAQ. When you make a Blood Surge move, determine the distance you move, and then you can choose to move. You can determine the max distance you move. You can choose to move the unit that distance, up to that distance. You just must take it closer to the nearest enemy. But they have never actually said that. They've just sort of like worded around it for some reason. It's bizarre. My link in Discord pointed to yesterday's stream. Let me fix that. Oh yeah, weird. I don't know how I did that. I'm not sure how it's possible for me to have shared yesterday's stream. That's bizarre. Alright, let's fix it. Thanks for the call out, though. Okay, let's talk about some other stuff. Was there a Ruin visibility update? I didn't see one. Guess we can search. I just skimmed for red text otherwise, but I didn't see anything. Oh yeah, they do. There is red text here. Sorry, chat. Man, they want to change it every single time. For the purposes of visibility through a ruin, visibility to and from a model that overhangs its base is determined only by its base and the parts of the model that do not overhang its base. For vehicles, including walker models that have a base or models without bases, every part of the model and its base is used for determining if it is within, not within, or wholly within a ruin. For all of the model's base is used to determine if it is not within, or wholly within a ruin. And for the purposes of visibility into or through a ruin, visibility to and from such a model that overhangs its base is determined only by its base and parts of its models that do not overhang its base. For the purposes of visibility through a ruin, visibility to and from such a model that overhangs its base is determined only by its base and parts of its models that do not overhang its base. Is this new? This feels like it was their last update. Yeah, so this I don't think this is a new update, chat. I'm gonna verify. What page is this? 29? Because I feel like this was exactly the same, unless they changed it. Is the wording changed? Basically, this is just saying that you can't, if you have a little bit of your model that's overhanging a ruin, but your base isn't, you can't draw line of sight to that. What people are going to use is they're going to try to argue that you don't draw line of sight to like stabs and wings and stuff, but it only affects drawing line of sight to the model. The fuck is this rule? It only affects drawing line of sight through ruins. So you can't draw line of sight to Magnus's wing, for example. Like, that's overhanging a ruin through that ruin. Where is this rule in the last update? I could have sworn that this was not a change, because I feel like we had this exact discussion last update. Ruins invisibility. I guess not. No, I guess this is new. If a model overhangs, visibility is to and from the model is determined only by its base. Okay, yeah. So I think the issue is that the previous wording was ambiguous. This is the previous one. The previous wording implied that as soon as you touch a ruin, all of your other parts of your model disappear, which was not the intention. I think they meant like model overhanging its base, like a model with parts of its model that are not on top of its base. But I imagine that someone argued that meant that if you had like a gladiator tank or something, then the gladiator tank was not used to determine visibility, which was like definitely incorrect and stupid. And they were just clarifying. That's not an update. Everything should work the same. Can we just get rid of true line of sight? We can't. We can't, chat. Oh, I didn't have my my screen share up. Sorry, chat. I closed the window. I'll just bring it back to show people the old wording, because I have it all archived. If the game wants to do it. So this is the old wording. If you overhang a base, visibility to and from the model is determined only by its base, which I imagine like the gray area was that if you know, is overhanging your base considered to be like if the hull is overhanging a base? Does that count? And the clear intention is that it's not, but it's probably ambiguous. But it should work exactly how people have been playing it. This is like a big paragraph to say, hey, play it the way that you've been playing it the entire edition. If your base is touching, a terrain feature, then you use normal line of sight to you. If your base is not touching a terrain feature, then you can't trace a line of sight through it, and that's all it means. But yeah, it's a lot of words to say something that not having true line of sight would have fixed already. But you know what, chat? I imagine that there's an order from on high to require that we use true line of sight so that everyone has to buy the model, and there's like a weird cultural stigma against proxying, I think is what's going on. Should we talk about some points, chat? Let's talk about some points. Let me see if I can get myself an old copy of the Militarum, which I do have. Here it is. And then we can compare and contrast the Militarum copies. Battle Sister Squads got a big points cut. Finally, they are now the best unit in the Codex. On 105 points for 10 models. They went down 10 points. 1 point per model. Let's go. Castigator went up 10. Fair enough. Dialogus went up 5, it looks like. I think, is that right? Yeah. Or 10. Excuse me, 10. Exorcist. That's surprising. The Exorcist... No, it didn't change. Oh, yeah, it didn't change. I was looking at Dominions. Dominions did change. Dominions went up 10 points, which is good. So there's now a 20-point difference between a Dominion squad and a Sister squad. This still feels cheap, to be honest. 125 for Dominion squad still feels pretty solid. Emulator also went up 10. Yeah, this is kind of what I was hoping for. I just want the stuff that gets taken in every list in triplicate, just hit it a little bit. Then if you keep taking everything in the list in triplicate, then you do end up paying a lot of points for them. But if you take other stuff, then you're fine. Morven Vol did go up 10 points. That's probably not enough. Paragon Warsuits. I don't know if I like hitting Paragon Warsuits, though. I don't think Paragon Warsuits is the problem. I think Morven Vol is the problem. The non-Morven Vol Paragon Warsuit squad is so sad compared to Morven Vol. And I don't know if a like Terminator equivalent model, like literally a Paragon Warsuit is just a Storm Shield Terminator, is worth 70 points. It's good 70 points. It has a good ability and a multi-melta, or 73 points now. I guess they went up 3 points model. But the one with Morven Vol got full hit and wound rerolls and an extra missile launcher that got +1 hit and wound and all that stuff. I think that Morven needed to go up harder, and I don't know if I agree with Paragons increasing. Seraphim Squad went up 5 points, 1 point per model, fair enough. Triumph of St. Catherine went up 60 points. Alright, get fucked, Triumph of St. Catherine. 60 points, chat. I think that small points increases is appropriate everywhere else in the faction. This model's broken, so that's fine. Zephyrum did go down, and I didn't know none of the penitents went down, which is a little bit sad. I think I would have liked to have seen like Repentia are 18 points a model now, and they do see some play, but like we could have cut them, right? 18 points a model for like a 1-wound model of invuln save. I don't know. They don't have that many attacks. We also saw increases to the Bringers of the Flame enhancements. Fire and Fury went up 10. Iron Surplus went up. Iron Surplus was 5? What? Alright, fair enough. That's bizarre. That's the cheapest. Is that the cheapest enhancement in the game? Not that it's like a crazy powerful enhancement, right? It's like kind of mediocre. But as a points filler, only being 5 points is nuts. Manual of Saint Griselda went up 5. Righteous Wave went up 5. Yeah. This is much more commensurate with other detachments enhancement. I did not know that they had a 5-point enhancement. That's insane. They still have one. That's hilarious. Yeah. Well, this spell's. I feel like it could be a little hard, to be honest. I would have liked to have seen some more. I think that this 10 points here could have been on Vol. So you bump her unit like a lot, but you make the regular Paragons the same cost. I don't know if I agree with this change. And some of the Penitent models are like way too expensive. I would like to see those change. At least Zephyrum went down, I guess, but I don't know. It feels like a not too much, not as much of a side grade as I was hoping for. Oh, chat! Chat. They watched my Tactical Tuesday 2 weeks ago. They literally I think they did like everything I wanted for Adeptus Custodes. They didn't. I think I was hoping for like an Aquilid Terminator buff, but I guess Aquilid Terminators are really good, so it's a fine line to tread. But all the Dreadnoughts went down. Yay! These Dreadnoughts are trash. Why were they so expensive? A Contemptor Aculus went down 10. Contemptor Galatus went down 10. That's not very much, but it is something. Trehan went down 10. He might need to go down farther. The problem is that he doesn't really like actually buff his unit that much at all. So you're just bringing him for his combat, which is good, but is it 140 points good? I don't know. Venerable Contemptor Dreadnought went down 10, yeah. And Virtus Praetors went down 5 points a model, whatever. Small changes, but Custodes, I think, there was a perception that Custodes were like getting reamed, and they were just like slightly below average. I don't know if they were getting like totally destroyed all the time. Ooh, big changes here. Adeptus Mechanicus Corpuscari Electro Priests down 1 point per model. Fulgurite Electro Priests down 1 point per model. Fair enough. I don't know what you do with Fulgurite Electro Priest, chat. This unit's like, I guess it sees play occasionally, but there's like very little reason to take it. They're like, guys, we can protect our characters. And you're like, why? I don't care if my character like makes it to combat. He's a tech priest. Like, his utility is buffing a Cataphron Breacher unit. Like, why do we care? It's a bizarre unit. I liked it back in the day when they were just like a one-shot, like fight on death, like insane missile that did a bunch of damage and then exploded instantly. They were like the Sistress Repentance of Adeptus Mechanicus, and I think that was like the correct place to put them. This weird like hybrid bodyguard unit like stat line that they have right now is like not very good in my opinion. Iron Strider Ballistari did go up 5 points per model. Taraxi Sterilizers went up 2 points per model. Taraxi Sky Stalkers up 1 point per model. Probably fair. They did get spammed quite a bit. It can't feel great for the Mechanicus because they're like super killing everything right now. Skitari Vanguard did go up as well. Just half a point per model, 5 points per unit. But finally, chat, the Stilt Man has returned. The Sidonian Scatros has been buffed. He is now 10 points cheaper. The Sidonian Scatros is finally good again, chat. The metagame is different. Be prepared for the Sidonian Scatros metagame. Everyone's in on their mini Stiltmans. They're gonna see over walls and stuff. Look out! Tech Priest Engines here did go down 5 points. Manipulus went down 5 points. Dominus went down 5 points. A nice little update there, I guess. And Sulphur Hounds went down. That's interesting. Sulphur Hounds we're seeing play. They went down 5 points per 3. 1.7 points per model. These changes are big, though. Because these changes will dramatically cut into the Skitari Hunter cohorts that were taking a lot of Taraxi. Which, I guess based on how you feel about Skitari Hunter cohort, you may feel differently about that. Ah. Glorious. We have seen no balance updates to Adeptus Titanicus. Terrible. Hot take, Custodes Dreads still unplayable? I don't disagree. I think the Custodian Dreadnought problem is a design problem, less of a balance problem. But you can alleviate design problems by simply making them too cheap. So there is a balance point, I think, for units like Dreadnoughts, where they become effective once their points value has been reduced enough. I don't think 160 points is good enough for those Dreadnoughts because they're slow and don't do any damage. But you could find... If they were 120 points, you'd probably see them. Sidonian Scatros nearing Pyrovore and Crutox Riders is worse points per dollar. Yeah, that might be the case. How many dollars is a Sidonian Scatros? Like 35? This always makes me sad. I don't buy models enough, so I never like keep track of how expensive Warhammer is as a game. 25 pounds. I don't know how many dollars that is. $40. That's too many dollars. I'm gonna be honest, chat. $40 for Stiltman. And you can't even ask for a discount version without the stilts. He's locked in on having the stilts. Is it one sprue? It is. Incredible. What a game we play, everybody. Totally normal. No one pays full GW price for everything. Yeah, everyone 3D prints them because $40 for a single model is ridiculous. Chat, we got buffs for Eldar. The Falcon has been buffed? What? Interesting. This is a fascinating set of updates. Eldar, too weak. Anakin, I'm too weak. Oh, get out of here. I don't want you. Oh, I think I closed my field manual. Oh, no, I didn't. It just disappeared. Alright, buffs for Eldar. Corsair Void Weaver. Or Void Reavers, excuse me. Void Weaver is a different unit. Void Reavers went down 2 points per model. They went down 10 points for a unit of 5. Alright. Well, it sounds like it's time to remember what Void Reavers do. I can never keep track of which one is the elite unit, the elite version, and which one is the battle line version of this unit. I guess they both went down, to be fair, but Void Reavers being 60 points for 5 maybe is good. Let's see. What the fuck just happened to my browser? Holy shit. Alright. They are hit rerolls on objective guys. They're OC2. And you get either a blaster or a shredder. I think it's the other unit that gets the D cannon, if I remember correctly. And if you have 10 models, oh no, you get a Wraith cannon in the big unit. You could get a Wraith cannon as well. Or a shuriken rifle. Or a shuriken cannon. And they come equipped with pistols and power swords, but the unit leader can be equipped with a shuriken rifle. Having a 5-point model is good, but like you're competing with rangers. Oh, they scout 7. Actually, I missed that. A 60-point scout that gets like 2 heavy weapons. Are these good, chat? 60 points. I think that might be. I think that is eminently playable. I'm going to make the call. I'm going to make the call that I think this unit's good. OC2, 7-inch scout. You get hit rerolls on 2 heavy weapons. A blaster and a Wraith cannon. And you have a 4+ invulnerable save on your idiot unit champion guy who you're just going to kill first. So they're not the easiest thing in the world to kill. I think 60 points could be playable for these dudes. I'm gonna make that. I'm gonna call it now. I think that's not too bad. You do compete with Rangers for 5 points less, but I think it's a synergistic. I think it's a mutualistic symbiosis. I think that having both is important because then you have both halves of the forward operation thing. I guess like also maybe with striking scorpions too. Because then you can use them to like reactively move block, and then you can use the rangers to block infiltrators. Rather have Storm Guardians. Well, the problem with the Storm Guardians is that you have to buy 10, right? So Storm Guardians are 100, and these guys are only 60. The point is that the points value is low. It's still kind of high for a 5-model unit, but you're playing Eldar, so you can take what you can get. Alright, what else we got? Falcons went down, which is shocking. Falcons went down 10 points, and so did Wave Serpents. Wave Serpents, nobody was playing. People were fucking playing Falcons. The Phoenix Lord list is alive. We got 20 points off, chat. Let's go! Let's go! Fire Prism also went down, it looks like, 10 points. And then a bunch of stuff nobody plays went down. Actually, people are playing Shining Spears. They went down 3 points per model, 10 for a 3 and 20 for a 6. That's interesting. Warlock, Conclave, and Skyrunner Conclave also went down. Looks like 5 points for the Conclave, 10 points for the Warlock Skyrunner Conclave. I don't know if those are particularly exciting units. Like 2 model bodyguards, not that great. We do have a Wraith Knight going down, 15 points. Wraith Guard and Wraith Blades going down for the smaller unit, which makes sense. The big unit sizes for those ones tend to be too synergistic inside the battle host, because you start to be able to fire and fade 10 models and stuff, which is big. But that's cool for the little tiny units. If you want the little unit without all the wombo combos. 160 for 5 Wraith Blades. I think there are some folks who are playing 5s. And that would be a nice quality of life for those folks. Scatha Wraith Knight, still cheaper than the regular one for whatever reason. Astra Militarum. Bulgrin did get the fabled nerf, as was foretold. Astra Bulgrin went up 20 points. Oh my god. What the fuck? They were 90 for 3, another 110. So they went from 30 points a model to close to 40, like 37 points. Holy shit. Tank Commander went up 20, and Scout Sentinels went down. That's a take. Okay. Regular Ulgrin went down, that's good, although that unit is really bad, so I don't know why we're excited about that. They went down 5 points for the little unit and 10 points for the big unit. Field Ordnance Battery also went down 5 points per model. Heavy Weapons Squad went down 10 points for the unit. Ew. Militarum. What did you do to deserve that? So we were having this discussion the other day on stream, right? And I think that the problem with Astra Militarum is less that I think Bulgrin are too strong. I think they're a really good unit. But it's more that there is very little else in the faction. I'm going to move my screen share over a little bit here so they can read better. There's very little else in the faction that can adopt this role, right? This army has almost nothing else that is that can offensively screen like enemy and incoming enemies, which is something that they need insanely, and also crack in melee, right? Because the problem with guardsmen and stuff is you're like, well, stay out of the way of the melee unit. And you're like, okay, well, you'll die, and you won't accomplish anything. And you're like, all right, well, that sucks. Whereas the Bulgrin, you don't want to engage them, and you want to keep yourself at arm's reach, because they do hit in melee okay. I'm not going to say they're incredibly good in melee, but they are good.
Tank commanders got squad and so legal and orders.
Oh, did they? Is that in the index FAQ? That's actually huge. We had to have the discussion with a player over the weekend. Where he was like, here's my lethal hits from my tank commander. And you're like, he doesn't have that though. But no, that's big, so that's good. But I think it's like a design problem. It's like a fundamental flaw in Astra Militarum that has required them to take Bulgrin. Less than they like have to. Because I think the other problem with Bulgrin is that they sort of like, and maybe Tempestus Aquilons, which stayed at 90 points, by the way. Holy shit. Maybe Tempestus Aquilons can like fill in the gap here, because you can like do funny stuff where you like rapid ingress them in weird places and shoot people on their turn, and like maybe it's fine. But you absolutely positively have to have something in front of your army in Astra Militarum. Otherwise, if you get engaged, there's no recourse, you just die. Bulgrin are the only unit in Astra Militarum that does that consistently. So I think like this is so expensive for them, and maybe you're at one unit, but you're competing. You're now almost 1-for-1 competing with like a Chimera with 10 dudes in it. How much is a Chimera? 70? Yeah. So a Chimera with a Catachan squad is 130. It's 20 points more than a Bulgrin squad to get an entire unit of dudes. But the problem is that they don't hit. Oh, it's 125, excuse me. Yeah, so 15 points more than a Bulgrin squad. You get 10 guys in a Chimera. So I think that's just where you move, right? Because there's like no... And then maybe you're at 1 unit of 6 Bulgrin as like a counterpunch. But that's not... It's like a different unit, right? So this points value feels like so immense. I feel like taking the Bulgrin to protect your army is like no longer viable. I don't know, chat. I don't know if I like that. Were Astra Militarum really killing people that hard? They were good. It's so expensive though. Jesus. You get a Dorn for 15 points more. Controversial opinion. Dorn's guns are bad. Like you get a Dorn for 15 points more, but like a tank commander naturally hits on 3s and also has an AP3 gun. Like I don't know. Watching Dorns fire over the weekend was the saddest thing in the world. The other player's like, I will Armor of Contempt, and the Dorn just like its gun just like jerked to the side and fired in the air and accomplished nothing. I don't know, man. I don't know. Black Templars, subject to many a nerf. Jesus Christ. Getting destroyed. Well, it does now if it can order itself, chat, right? It just means it hits on 3s all the time now. Do you just take Ogryn? No. No, I don't think so. Ogryn, like they don't really fill the same role at all. They're not unlike Bulgrin, they aren't resilient. They don't have saves or the damage reduction, if I remember correctly, right? And they actually like don't hit that hard in melee because they don't have a good melee attack. They just have they're like a little bayonet. Ogryn are kind of a flabbergastingly designed unit. Ogryn are like one of those legacy units that we keep talking about where like they like don't really have a place in like modern 40k. Yeah, they're 3 wounds, 5 up save, feel 6 up, feel no pain. So they don't have an invuln, they don't have a strong armor, and they don't have my damage reduction. So their level of survivability is like nothing in comparison. You point some bolters at these guys, they go away. Which, to be fair, is basically the same for Bulgrin, but at least you have to work for it. But like, there are some builds that use Ogryn as like a fire support payoff, which I think is interesting. But the problem is getting orders on them because they're still non-regiment and their ballistic skill sucks. So you need Lord Solar with them, and you can't like bail them out of transports with Lord Solar. I don't know. If this unit was regiment, I think it'd be fine, but it's not. So it's like really awkward and hard to use. That would be an update I would like to see. That'd be cool. It's 18 heavy bolter shots, right? Oh, for... yeah, I guess it's like actually, it's unironically hard to rapid fire them because they're like so short range. I guess if you're charging someone, you're probably rapid firing. Like they do shoot a lot, right? If you're averaging like 3 heavy bolter hits per model, it's like probably okay. Maybe there's a universe, but where you just play Ogryn as like the brawlers. You don't like use them as a screen. they're actually just a damage payoff. Actually, could be kind of cool. You're just like, hey guys, we're just running Ogryn at you. They're just on the table, and we're buying 30 of, we're buying 18 of them. Maybe we run Bulgrin Tribal, chat, or Ogryn Tribal. Maybe that's our next beam build. We're gonna just take a bunch of idiots. They're not quite heavy bolters either, though, right? Because they don't hit as concretely. They're consistently. They don't have sustains. I would probably just run Ogren. I think I would just run Ogren on the table. Like, I don't even know if I would like try to screen with them, but maybe they're cheap enough that it's fine. But I would. The problem is that like Bulgrin, you can at least expect to like absorb a lot of damage, and Ogren don't have that. But maybe it's fine for the cost. I don't know. $18 Bulgrin and 18 Ogren. And then you could get 3 Ogren bodyguards, right? Do you have to attach Ogren bodyguards to a character unit, or can we play them by themselves? It must join a command squad. No! That's stupid. This game sucks. I mean, I guess, like, you're contractually obligated. If you're playing Ogren Tribal, you're contractually obligated to play one of them, right? Also, why is his Ripper Gun worse than the other guy's Ripper Guns? Why is it Strike 6 AP1 instead of Strike 5 AP1 Rapid Fire 2 damage? It's bizarre. Alright, let's look at Black Templars. This is a wild number of nerfs. So standard Crusaders, that's the regular Firstborn Crusader squad, have gone up 10 points per model. Or 10 points, excuse me, 1 point per model. On only the max-sized unit. Which is weird, because you only ever took the little tiny unit in this one, so that doesn't really feel like it changed that much. High Marshal Helbrecht went up 10 points, which is shocking. The Marshal went down 5 points. But the Primaris Crusader squad went up an insane number. The 10-man version went up 1 point per model. The 20-man version went up 2 points per model. They went up 40 points. Jesus Christ. Grimaldus also went up 10, but a Castellan went down 5. Why? I mean, maybe they felt that the Crusader spam was like too strong, but I don't... Its results weren't really there. Yeah, 40 points on the big 20 mans is like a lot. That's an insane number. And it's realistically it's 50 points because your characters also went up. So like the Warmaster GT, and maybe there's like a War Masters bias because they were like, I don't know, watching that event or something and watching Olivier Weiss just like kill everyone, but that list went up like 150 points, right? It had three or four of these, so it went up like at least 140, and like probably more. That's kind of insane. Yeah, it was doing well in like in such a limited capacity. It feels like an overcompensation. All right, Blood Angels finally legal. Let's go. I don't have any context for how expensive these things were to begin with because this is new index stuff. Inky, can you not stand in front of my computer, please? Oh, you're so cute and so fat, but you're also so in the way. Laval Predators at 135. Ashrath at 105. Blood Angels Captain at 80. Death Company Captain at 70. Death Company Captain with Jump Pack 85. Death Company Dreadnought 180. So it's 10 points more than a Brutalis, right? That is expensive. But I do think the Death Company Dreadnought profile is actually sick. Mephiston is 125. That's probably pretty solid for Lone-Op Mephiston. Death Company Marines with jump packs. What were jump pack Death Company in Index? Oh, they were 280 in Index. So they lost their army, their unit-wide Power Fist, but they went down 40 points. Yeah, well, certainly something. And Lamarty's was... Index Lamarty's was 120, so Lamarty's also went down 10. So that unit, it lost its good weapon options, but it did go down 50 points. Might still be okay. Sanguinary Guard at like 40, what is this? 45 points per model. That is a lot, but they do have a impressive profile for their value. It's probably playable. I think we'll have to see some results from the new Blood Angels detachments, too. I don't know if I have too much commentary on those guys. Death Company Dread is 20 more than Brutalis? Are Brutalis not 170? Am I crazy? Maybe I'm a silly goose. Apparently, I can't find what a Brutalis Dreadnought was costing. Oh yeah, 160. Yeah, alright, fair enough. That is probably a fair, though. You get a Feel No Pain and you get hit rerolls over top of what a Brutalis gets. And you just lose the Mortal Wounds, which are kind of whatever. The Mortal Wounds that you always roll run on and do nothing. Yeah, we'll see. I think it is worth the 20. Although, here's the question. I think that a Death Company Dreadnought is definitely worth 20 points more than a Brutalis Dreadnought. However, a Brutalis Dreadnought is not worth 160 points. Brutalis Dreadnoughts are really bad. That unit, not good. Chaos Demons, chat. Let's talk about some Chaos Demons. Beasts of Nurgle went down. They were 70 points before? Yeah, so they went down 5 points per model, fair enough. Bellicor stayed at 135. All I want is a Bellicor decrease, please, sir. The Rendmaster went up. Probably fair. He went up 15 points per model, so he's harder to spam now. Shalaxi! Shalaxi down 25, is that right? She was 450. Oh my god, that's so expensive. 425. I kind of want to play Shalaxi Hellbane, chat. Could I fit a Shalaxi Hellbane in my adventuring party? Here's the thing. I'm painting Chaos Demons right now, and I want to have them fully painted by next week. Here's the thing, is that I don't want to paint that many models. So if I get rid of all of my utility and take Shalaxi Hellbane instead, I won't have to paint them. If I just cut everything out of my army and put 425 point Shalaxi Hellbane in. Can I play 6 Greater Demons and call it a day? No. If I take exactly 1 unit of Flesh Hounds, I can do it. God damn it, Shalaxi Hellbane. What the fuck? Why are you so expensive? Here's my new list. This is my hyper-competitive... This is my hyper-competitive Chaos Demons. Bellicor, Scarbranch, Shalaxi, Bloodthirster, Guo. This is Endless Ed, and Lord of Change, and 5 Flesh Hounds. That's all. That's 2,000 points. Still expensive, chat. Still expensive. 425 for 1 model. But whatever, she will kill the entire universe for sure. Shalaxi, also a cool model. I would say I'm lukewarm on Shalaxi's model. I don't know. I'm lukewarm on the Keepers of Secrets. They feel too fashionable to me. Does that sound weird? I don't know if I'm into the leggings, I guess. Like, they have very shapely legs. Demons got the indirect Giga nerf of Orcs and GSC getting massive buffs. Oh, yeah. This could just be a metagame problem, for sure. Yeah, they do feel pretty bad against GSC. I think that, I don't know, they just need good armor saves, probably. The invulnerable saves don't work in 10th edition. Only invulnerable saves. Everyone else getting cover and you not having it kind of sucks. Chaos Knights. Big buffs to Chaos Knights. If I can pull out my comparison. Knight Abominant down another 20 points to 365. Just keep making them cheaper. Someday we'll find the points value. Knight Desecrator down 15. Knight Despoiler down 15. Brigand down 5. What? Excuse me? Executioner stayed the same. The one that no one played. I wonder if there's a floor where they're like, guys, if we make them any cheaper than 140, things get crazy. So we have to cap them at 140. So the one that doesn't get play gets it has to stay at 140 and everyone else goes down. So Brigand down 5, Huntsman down 5, Carnivore's the same, Stalker down 5. Okay. Alright, well, there you go, Chaos Knights. Enjoy your 50 free points you get in your list now. I guess, actually, realistically, it's only 30 free points. Because the Carnivores didn't go down. Or, you're probably at 6 Brigands and a Stalker, so 35. You are almost at a free Nurgling Swarm. We're 5 points off of free Nurgling. Off of those changes. Well, that's good. Chaos Space Marines. Accursed Cultist, big nerf on the big unit. Up 15 for the big unit. Almost 1 point per model. Abaddon the Despoiler down 15. Hell yeah. Predator Annihilator down 5. Yeah, that's good. It's weird it was the same cost as the Predator Destructor. Predator Destructor stays at 140. Chaos Terminators down 5. 1 point per model. Okay, Dark Commune up 15. So the full AC/DC squad got hit for 30 points. Is that right? Holy shit. Got hit for 30 points and can no longer multiple blood surge. I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me, chat. Got some hair in my mouth. Or in my nose. Havocs up, down 10. It's actually 125 for Havoc Squad. It's actually pretty good. And Renegade Raiders, when you're like getting all the disembarkation buffs. Legionaries got a points cut on the big unit. The Lord Discordant on the Hellstalker. Went down 15, I think. There's no way that model's playable though. He's like so wildly expensive. I don't really understand. He's the cost of like a combat of like an actual main battle tank, but he's just like this weird melee guy who has like weird bonuses against vehicles. Okay, man. Enjoy being good against 1/3 of the game and sucking every other time. Obliterators went down 5 points per model. Raptors down for the big unit, which you'll never play, so that doesn't really matter. Possessed down, which is good, because those guys are really trash. Yeah, AP 1-2 damage, not the profile we're looking for, thank you. Sorcerer and Terminator armor, down 10. Isn't that cool? They still Death Hex, right? Let's take a peek at their data sheet. So they give the AP bonus. 80 points for the AP bonus actually feels pretty solid. Because I think that you just take them by themselves and don't even worry about the rest of the unit. They have like I think they give you charge rerolls, I think, if they're attached to a unit. But like, who cares? You just take them as a little lone guy, and he like runs around and does actions, and then occasionally like ruins your armor save characteristic. Yeah, reroll advanced and charge rolls. But realistically, he just deep strikes, and you can just deep strike 12 inches away from something and be like, pew, plus 1 AP. I like those the little buff characters like that are pretty cool. And he gets a once per game damage blank too, so he's actually like not even that easy to kill. 80 points for this guy, chat. Is his gun good? D6 devastating wounds. It's all right. He shoots a lot of devastating attacks, though. We get a combi weapon out of him, plus the Infernal Gaze. Ooh, excuse me. I think there's a place for a Terminator Sorcerer guy to hop in and do some work. That certainly helps out the sort of low AP stuff. Vastor the Archifan got a points cut. Down 15 points. Let's go! Let's go, Soulforge Warpack. Warp Talon's down for the small unit. But you have to kill your target, so you probably never take the small unit anyway. I do appreciate that they are discounting the unit sizes that are, like, just sort of, like, very difficult to justify. Because it didn't really make sense that, like, the extra 5 Raptors would cost you the same as the first 5 Raptors when, like, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't actually make the unit more useful. It's not what Raptors are here to do. Dork Angels. Got some changes. Lionel Johnson down 15. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Deathwing Knights up 15. All right. Fair enough. Landspeeder Vengeance down 20. Samael down 15. Ravenwing Command Squad down 10. They're really just trying to push the other stuff, but nerf the stuff that gets played. Makes sense to me. Death Guard. Nice changes here. Biologist Putrefier down. It went up in the last update. They just put it back to where it was. They were like, guys, we fucked up. Let's see. Yeah, Death Shroud Terminators also down. 10 points per 3. Mortarion down 25. Okay. I think that so this one thing that happened last update, in the June update, which was like really fucked a lot of faction balance, or at least internal balance, was that they changed a bunch of core stuff, but then didn't repoint things based on that. So like Mortarion was really good because he could sit near a bunch of Plague Burst Crawlers and make them ignore the indirect penalty, and then they made the indirect penalty unignorable, and Mortarion was like, I guess what am I, chopped liver? I guess I'll go fuck myself. But they didn't discount him. So, like, the one capacity in which you took this big idiot was worthless. He no longer got that he no longer, like, contributed to his army in that way. But they didn't discount him at all. And the same happened to Gilliman, too. Gilliman was like, I'm here to duplicate your stratagems on your non-Rites of Battle units. And then they were like, you can't do that anymore. And he was like, well, do I get a points cut? And they're like, no. Fuck you. And I feel like those are the sign of the same deal. So at least they're fixing some of that stuff. But it does feel like he's still maybe I don't know. He's probably okay at 300. He might need a little adjustment, but it's okay. The Plague Burst Crawler still being 180 is a lot though. Although they are good, they're hard to kill. What are the odds you take Mortarion, a million Terminators, and a Rodagus? What did Death Shroud go down? I think, I mean, I don't know in particular, but there are units, like, I think that the team has identified, and one thing that it seems pretty apparent over the lifespan of 40k, is that there are just units that are, like, the headliner units for a faction, and those are the units that see play most, like, very consistently. And if you just want the faction to be better, the easiest thing to do, instead of looking at all these units that don't see play or aren't very useful, Instead of like, oh, let's cut Blightlord Terminators a bunch of points or whatever for this unit that's still like god awful and doesn't do anything, we could just take the unit that people play and just discount it. So like, you know, whatever, the Death Guard like Land Raider being 10 points cheaper would not change anything because no one's taking them to begin with. But Death Shroud Terminators being cheaper are in almost every list, so it's you just give Death Guard like 30 points off. Which is, I think, the idea. Also, Death Shroud Terminator is really cool. So, there it is. It's a lot of red on Drukhari. They finally buffed Hellions. Let's go. It is interesting that it seems like Games Workshop agreed with me that Drukhari were very good. Archon up 10, Lelith up 10, Beastmaster up 15, Court is up. I don't know if we needed to buff or nerf the Court and the Archon. Court is up 10 also. So a full Court unit with an Archon is up 20. That's a lot. Mandrake's up 5, which is probably fine. They're like insane. Drazhar went up. Well, alright. Drazhar went up? Why? Who was playing Drazhar? He's like superfluous in Sky Splinter Assault, and nobody takes him in Real Space Raid. That's wild. This is a wild thing to do. Incubi went up 2 points per model. All right. Reavers went up 5 points for a little unit. Mandrakes? Okay. Archon? Alright. Beastmaster? That unit's dumb. I don't know if we needed to double hit all of the Archon's units, though. Like, you aren't really taking Incubi without the Archon. So hitting the Archon basically hits them, too. But that unit is now 20 points more expensive. Also, none of this stuff is good without its transports. You can just hit the transports. Nobody's winning with ground-pounding Incubi. Like... this feels very heavy-handed to Drukhari. I don't know. They were doing really well, but were they doing that well? Like, most armies went up like 120, 130 points at least. Ugh. Well, I mean, they're still fine, I think. Their transport's good, but that's a lot. Yeah, leave Drazhar alone. Yeah, a Drazhar nerf is incomprehensible to me. Because, like, the only thing he does is incentivize you not to play Sky Splinter Assault. If anything, they should make him cheaper. Like, this dude should be 50 points. Not because I think he's not worth, like, a lot of points because he hits really hard. But because... You want him to be playing Incubi in the detachment that's less good with Incubi. And he's the payoff for playing in Real Space Raid. But they're just like, fuck it, nah. The whole unit's 20 points more. I don't understand it. Like, the Archon, you know, the Archon like Wombo combo, where you're +1 at wound, +1 EP, full rerolls. Yeah, sure. But Drazhar, you don't even get rerolls. I don't know, chat. That's wild. What a decision for a person to make. You know who's too strong? Drazhar. Gene Stealer Cults. Aberrants down 15 points, but only for the small unit. Which actually makes the Biophagus detachment pretty good, I think, if you can spam little Aberrant units everywhere. Auto Pistol Acolyte Hybrids. All the Acolyte Hybrids went down. 1 point per model. Whoa. Whoa. You want GSC to be a better faction. That's the unit you buff. Holy shit. Okay. Well, enjoy your immediate, like, 50 free points. Acolyte Icon War down 10. Talon Jackals down 2 points per model from 90 down to 10 for 5. Or from 90 down to 80 for 5. Benefactus down 10. That's good. That guy's kind of sucks. Jackal Alphys also down. Holy shit. This is a lot. You got a lot of free points in this faction now. Jackal Alphys down 5. Neophyte Hybrids down to half a point per model. Patriarch down 10. Primus down 10. And then one changed Outlander Claw. Whoa. So the Outlander Claw list went down 35 points off of Acolyte Hybrids alone. Probably another 10 off of Neophyte Hybrids. And probably another 20 off of Adolin Jackals, right? So it went down like 70 or 80 points. Well, I, for one, welcome our new Genestealer overlords. I am ready to accept the warm embrace of the sky gods, and walk into their great vessels when they descend from above. And I believe in seizing the means of production. Yeah, we just talked about Demons Changing Chat. If you scroll back about 15 minutes or so, you can find them. Hide your wife, hide your kids. They're stealing all your genes. Yeah. But lock up your dungarees drawer, everybody. Their genes are getting stole. Grey Knights also buffed. Paladin squad down some number, 10 points. Does not really play that up. I guess like that's it's only for the little squad, which doesn't really get played, so that doesn't matter so much. Brotherhood Terminators did go down. That's actually sick. Brotherhood Terminators went down 10 points for the small unit. That's very good. Purgation Squad went down 2 points per model, but is still trash, so I don't know. It doesn't like this is relevant, but it's only like 10 points. Kind of a little bit of a something. Imperial agents, subductor squads went up 15. It looks like. I don't know if I have their old update, but they were 85, I believe, right? And they're now 100. That is the only change. Yeah, people were calling for like Imperial agent buffs. I was like, I don't know if they give a shit, to be honest. I don't know if they care. Imperial Knights. Big updates. Castellan down 15. Errant down 15. Gallant down 25. Jesus. Valiant down 20. Canis Rex up 15. Get fucked, Canis Rex. It would be interesting. I guess, like, honestly, Canis Rex is good in every list. I don't think there's ever a situation in which you're like, Canis Rex is bad here. But it would be interesting if... Also, he's the same cost as Shalaxi Hellbane. Should that be right? Is that the number we want? Or he was the same cost. I guess she is cheaper now. But that's kind of wild. I actually didn't realize that. That doesn't sound right. But I wonder if there is an argument to be made for these other allied units to have like an alternate points value for other factions too. But I don't think, like Canis Rex, I don't think performs dramatically differently in Imperial Knights versus other factions. Although he does have his faction bonuses in Imperial Knights, so maybe he does deserve to be more. But it's harder to fit big chunks in your army in Imperial Knights, so I don't know. You're gonna run 5 bigs now? Yeah, that's true. I guess you were... It was impossible to do so previously, right? Because they were all 400 or above. I'm in for it. 5 bigs, let's go. Leagues of Votann. Little Einhir Hearthguard units went down. Harnkin Jaegers went up. Jaegers were 8 points per model for an infiltrator. Jesus Christ. Okay. Still really good. But a little tiny touch. Necrons. Wow. Annihilation Barge, down 10. Okay. Catacomb Command Barge. Down 10. Okay. Doomsday Arc. Down? Down 10? Whoa. That's surprising. Deathmarks did get a nerf. Deathmarks up 5 for, or 1 point per model, I should say. Tesseract Vaults did go up 25. Monolith is up 25 also. The obelisk is down. Let's go. Finally. Finally, obelisk buff. We are in obelisk meta now, chat. It's hot obelisk summer. Jesus. Is it obelisk still like the worst model in the game? Like, it's so bad. It's like incomprehensibly trash. Locust Heavy Destroyers went up 5 points per model. Locust Destroyers went up 5 points for the singleton of them. Triarch Stalker is up, down 15, excuse me. That's actually relevant. People are playing Triarch Stalkers, so that's a little bit nice. Triarch Praetorians also down. They're down a lot. 4 points per model. Ooh. Triarch Praetorian's good at 20 points. Maybe. There were some lists at one point that were using them as like a rapid ingress threat. And being 40 points less for the unit is probably a solid place to live. Yeah, no, Silent King is probably like one of the most consistently played units in the Codex right now. Silent King is like in every list. At this point, for a hot minute he wasn't, but right now he's basically everywhere. You would play Silent King in like either the Vault or a bunch of Monoliths or a bunch of Doomsday Arcs, and then he would just teleport around with them and give them rerolls and then shoot people and fight, do Silent King things. Orky boys. Whoa, it's all green across the board for orcs. Thank God, by the way. This faction sucked. Beast Snagga boys down 1 point per model. Big Mech is down 10. Mega Armor Big Mech is down 10. Shock Attack Gun Big Mech is down 10. Okay, let's go. Boys down a half a point per model. Def Dread down. Probably still a little bit awkward, but 120? That might be like unironically playable. Def Coptas down 3 points per model. The Morkanaut and Gorkanaut both got buffs. 15 points each, it looks like. Yep, 15 points each. The Hunter Rig and the Kill Rig went down. Oh boy. Okay. Well, the Hunter Rig is hot garbage. But the Kill Rig at 155 is insane. Hold up. Whoa. Whoa. What? Well, friendship with Gene Stealer Cult ended. Orc's our new best friend now. I welcome our new triple Kill Rig overlords. Holy fucking shit. All right. 155 for a Kill Rig is a steal. An absolute steal and a half. Holy crap. Okay. Tank Bustas also went down, but they're about to be replaced by a new datasheet, so like who cares? Yeah, that doesn't matter. We're going to see that points value exist for like a week, and then they're going to get a new one. 3 Kill Rigs, excellent, yeah. Yeah, so they also they have a stacking buff too. So like 3 Kill Rigs they're like more powerful than the sum of their parts, because whatever's in melee at the time, 3 Kill Rigs can all point their buffs at it. So you can have just like fucking strength 8 orc boys running around and stuff. And they overwatch good, and they shoot good, and they carry beast snaggas around. The new cheaper beast snaggas. Oh my god. I don't think they did what I wanted them to do with orcs, which was to like make all the guns better. But they did just make kill rigs really good. Which is, I guess that's a take. Enhancements. Is there Forge World stuff somewhere? No, it's just like Squiggoth. The squiggly bigly. Whoa! Ballista's Dreadnought buff? What? Alright, Space Marine time, chat. Alright, Space Marines. Let's go. Apothecary Biologus, up 15. Ugh. That's unfortunate. It's weird because, like, we nerfed Fire Discipline again, and we nerfed the Fire Discipline Caddy. I don't know. Like, don't shoot the Messenger. I guess he's because he's got lethal hits. But, like, the Biologus himself is just... He's just a stat stick. Like, he just applies abilities to his unit. He himself doesn't contribute anything. He sucks. It's just his leadership ability and the fact that he is a character who attaches. I don't know. But I guess 70 points is maybe fine. It feels heavy-handed. Jump back Assault Intercessors get absolutely shit on because you're stupid. They're up 10 points. It's kind of expected. Ballista's Dreadnought down, though. I just made a video talking about how insane I think the Ballista's Dreadnought is, and it went down 10 points. Why? This model's so good. That's sick. Well, enjoy putting 3 Ballista's Dreadnoughts in all your Space Marine lists. It's funny because on release, I think this thing was like 150 on release, and I was like, Ballista's Dreadnought sucks. It's only AP2. But at 130, and having played them a bunch of times, woo, that's very good. Captain Phobos armor. We got a little Space Marine 2 synergistic advertising there. Synergistic marketing. Captain Akaran getting a points cut, even though he's super bad. Eradicator squads went up. So we nerfed the entire Fire Discipline combo. Every part of it. This is why we need non-chapter specific points values. Just make it more expensive for the non-compliant chapters. The problem is that Dark Angels are running it. So it's now... How many points was Fire Discipline? 30? Yeah. No. Yeah. So we went up 15 on the Apothecary, 10 on the Enhancement, and 20 on the unit he attaches to? Is that right? Yeah. No, 10 on the unit he attaches to. So we went up 35 points on the Fire Discipline combo, which is like whatever for Dark Angels, the faction that was using it. But like now compliant Space Marines have to deal with that. Like, oh man, I don't know, dude. At least Invader ATVs are now 60 points, which actually might be okay. Those things are hard to kill. They have like 8 wounds. Are they moved 14? What does an Invader ATV do? I know they have their weird like Vanguard Overwatch rule. Outrider Escort. Another friendly Astartes mounted unit. Good shot. They're OC2, T5, 8 wounds with 3+ save, move 12. But 60 points. Could we run like Biker Tribal in Ironstorm Spearhead maybe? Like that's an Eldar unit now. This guy is an honorary Warwalker. Is that a list? Can we run like silly MSU Space Marines? How many dollars is a Fire Strike Serbo turret? 75. Huh. So for like 400 points, we get 6 independent anti-tank weapons. So they get rerolls. Interesting. There might be something there. How many points were they previously? Invaders. 70? No. 60 points feels very cheap. I wonder if that's good. I wonder if that's good, chat. Maybe not good enough to absorb a 30-point increase to your fucking your fire discipline combo, but it is what it is. Terminator Squad did go down, which is good because he sucks. 1 point per model, whatever. Still a bad unit. Give it lethal hits and we'll talk. Reaver Squad went down. I actually, having seen Reavers on the table, the weird part was that Reavers were... Where in cursors at? They're 80, right? 85? 80 points. The weird part is that you would compare incursors to Reavers, and they were the same unit, except incursors had an insanely, wildly like powerful ability, and Reavers just had literal garbage. And Reavers were more expensive. It didn't make any sense. At least Reavers are less expensive now, but I still don't really see a reason to ever take them over incursors. I guess like they deep strike. They have deep strike, I guess, so that can be useful. But if you want a scout unit, like regular scouts are there for you, but also you can just be playing incursors, which are amazing. Gilliman went down 15, I think. Is that right? Certainly not enough. Oh no, he went down a lot. No, he went down fucking holy shit. No, he was 350. He went down 65 points. 15? That's not the same number. God, he was 350 points, chat. 350 for this fucker. That's too expensive, GW. Why was he 350 points? Well, 285 might be good. Is a 285 point Hive Tyrant good? He is the hardest hitting Hive Tyrant in the history of the universe. Did Calgar stay the same? Did they change the heroes? No, it doesn't look like it. $285. I think you consider him at 285. 65 point cost reduction is a big deal. And that is a lot of CP you could spend. We could be getting 3 CP a turn. Or double oath sometimes, actually. You could be getting 4 free CP a turn if you took captains. What's the CP intensivist detachment? Is it like Firestorm? It's probably like Firestorm, right? Reavers needed an AP buff in close combat? Yeah, they just need to replace their ability. I think that it's a perennial problem with Reavers, because they want the mechanical identity of Reavers to be a scary man with a skull face. But so they keep doing like leadership affecting stuff, but they're just so bad. Like, it's just not a good identity for a unit. And I think they also want them to be this like objective disruptor, but they are OC1 like melee infantry that are slow. Like it's not a mechanic identity that works. I think they need more maneuverability or something is the idea. If they were like good utility, it would make sense. But the problem is that you're fighting with every other like the problem with releasing a Vanguard army archetype where everything is a light utility unit means that you just have an army full of light utility units, and whichever one is most efficient, you're going to play. And Reavers are just perennially the least efficient one, so they never see play. But like the goal, it doesn't really matter whether it's Reavers or Incursors or Infiltrators or Scouts, because they're all the same unit at the end of the day, and whichever one of them has the best abilities for cost is going to be the one that sees play. And it's just weird. Like, I don't know why we have like 5 identical units, but it is what it is. With some work, you could make them all exist in the same ecosystem, but it's like, does it matter? They have grappling hooks, but like, yeah, it's like stupid. It lets you move over terrain, but they're infantry, so they move through 90% of the terrain of the game anyway. Vanguard is CP heavy? Vanguard might be it. Oh, that might be good. You could, like, free strat in scepter pickups and things. Alright, we're cooking today, chat. We're cooking! Alright, I think there's some play here. Terminator assaults went down. Suppressors went down. 75 points for 3. How many points were they? 80? I can't find them. Hold up. Where's this? Oh, it was down here. 85. They went down 10 points. 70 points. Where did my datasheet go? I think I closed my datasheet window. What is wrong with me? What am I doing with my life? I know I didn't. I just have a million of them open. I'm gonna start to ruin my my memory here, my system memory here. What is this? What is this unit? Excuse me? Strike Team Solarian. What? What am I reading? Oh, is this a combat patrol? This is like a combat patrol. Alright. I knocked my microphone. I'm sorry, everyone. Go. Wikipedia, go. Show me suppressors. So they give -1 to hit. You get 9 strength ADP 1-2 damage. But it's like heavy. It's awkwardly heavy. But they're cheaper. Are they the cheapest jump infantry in the faction now? Hold up. Guys, I think suppressors rule. So they're 15 points cheaper than JPIs. They don't take objectives, but they do shoot really good. Like, the one thing that JPIs did is they fought all the other utility units because they were just like, what's up, idiot, and then just kill them with melee attacks. But you're 5 points less than where JPIs were. You shoot super, I guess for cost, you shoot super well, and you're a move 12 utility unit. And they have this other utility effect, this -1 to hit effect, which can like randomly like win you the game. Does this unit rule? Hold up. Yeah, OC1, but who cares, right? They're not... Like, jump pack intercessors weren't taking objectives unless they killed you. They were just, like, fighting and doing actions. But if you just need a unit that moves fast and does actions, then these guys do it, right? Like, in that capacity, they're in fact better than jump pack intercessors because they're smaller footprint. So it's easier to fit them wholly within areas. And it's harder to screen them. They don't take objectives as good, but they shoot better, and they have this like suppression effect. Downside of suppressors is that they come in a $150 box. Yeah, I used to have 9 suppressors actually back in the day, when they had 3 damage autocannons, which was like wild. I don't know why they did that. Do they have grenades? They do have grenades. They do have grenades. They have 2 kinds of grenades. They have regular grenades and smoke grenades. They have every grenade. I think this unit is good, chat. I think this unit is good. It's a different capacity than jump pack intercessors, but it's very similar, right? And like, let's real talk. For 225, you get 27 2-damage shots. Not that that's like amazing, but like, you'll just power down something. And they're a unit that's really annoying to attack, right? They're like, in some instances, they could just like sit like at the back edge of the table and be like, you gonna shoot me or are you gonna shoot the gladiator that's fighting you? And like you're probably not gonna point your long guns at a suppressor squad because they're kind of awkward to kill if you're shooting like las cannons at them. That's always kind of been the case for these like really long range tiny units. I'm gonna call it now. I think suppressors rule. 75 point suppressor squad's actually kind of sick. We got 75 point suppressors and 60 point invader ATVs. What a time to be alive. And 285 point Gilliman. Let's go. Drukhari go off win rate is so stupid. I don't know if I necessarily agree. Like, I think it's okay that some armies are harder to play, right? But I think that the game, like, sort of degenerates if the upper end of every army is the same. Or is like, you know, based on skill, right? Like, if Drukhari are hard for new players, but extremely good for every good player, then Drukhari are just the best army in competitive play, right? Because like the good players just win every single time, and I don't think that that's the game that anybody wants. I think it's okay for some armies to be a cool skill expression. I do think that they got hit too hard, though. I won't lie. I was hoping that we would see a side grade for a lot of these factions, and we just got nerfs, which is the classic GW thing. All right, let's talk about Space Wolves. 60 points for multi-belt is good for everyone, not only Black Templars. Yeah. Let's talk about Space Wolves. Bjorn the Fell-Handed went up. No! The king! The king is dead! Why, Bjorn? He only went up 10 points, though, which is, he's still worth. Bjorn the Fell-Handed is bae. Sky Claws, 90 points for Sky Claws might be playable now if they're the same as JPIs. And then their big units went down a lot. Ooh. You could play 15 Sky Claws for 240? Are they good? What do Sky Claws do? Somebody tell me. Where are they at? Sky Claw. Reroll charges. When they charge, you get +1 to hit. Okay. Oh, they don't have many attacks, though. Okay. Oh, and they have the weird, like, up to 2. They don't have a per 5 upgrade thing. Yeah, okay. I'm off Sky Claws. Whatever. Meh. A bunch of chain swords is not exactly what we're looking for. Thunderwolf Cavalry. Up 7 points per model. Again. I just can't get them right, chat. Wolf Guard went down 2 points per model. That's cool. Logan Grimnar up 15. To be expected. We did see Long Fangs go down a lot. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. 6 Long Fangs, he's 145. How many is a Razorback right now? Razorbacks didn't see changes, right? 95. So for 240, you get 6 or 5 multi-meltas with fire support. Is that sick? Is that like insanely cool? What's a regular Devastator squad? 120? Regular Devastators. Regular Devastators. 120. So for, yeah, so you just pay for an extra dude. And you get 6 multi-meltas. They went down 30 points. Holy shit. Wait, Longfangs are amazing. What? Excuse me? Their big unit went down 35 points? What are we talking about right now? What, this unit is insane. What? What? That's incredible. Hounds of Mordecai down 2 points per model? What? Devastating anti-psychers? Ugh. My poor Demon and Tyranid player is just going to go cry in a corner, I guess. Okay. This is what I'm talking about, chat. Like, nerf the good stuff, but buff the other stuff, and then it's not as... This faction is the highest win rate in Pride and Nexus, by the way. This is straight up the best army in the game, and they side-graded them. Which is like, I'm not even like upset that they did that. I think it's good, and I wish that they did that with other factions. But like, it doesn't make sense. Like, what? 145 points, you get 5 multi-meltas? That's amazing. Longfangs do not have the Tacticus keyword. They are firstborn Space Marines. So Longfangs, here's the thing about Longfangs, chat. And this is why it's so wild. Longfangs are literally, and I'm sure someone could explain to me the history behind this. They are literally a Devastator squad that can take a 6th model. That's it. They have like a built-in reroll thing when they're running stationary. Who cares? It's bad. But it's exactly a Devastator squad, but you can take 6 of them instead of 5. That's it. That's what it is. And I don't know why it works that way. I'm sure there's some legacy reason of like some kit back in the 90s or something that had 6 Longfangs in it. But the point is that all of those Longfangs can have a heavy weapon. So everything you can do with a Devastator squad, Longfangs do strictly better. Because they just have an extra guy in the unit. So if you take a Razorback, and the reason why the Razorback is relevant, a Razorback has a transport capacity of 6, so you can fit 6 Longfangs in it. So you get the pack leader who gets a plasma gun or something, or melty gun, and then you get 5 multi-meltas, and you can run up and drift a Razorback into them, fling 6 Longfangs out, and shoot with full rerolls, full hit and win rerolls with 5 melty guns. That's so good.
For 185 you can have a Cyclone Termite with them too.
Oh, is it with the Wolfguard battle leader? Or the Wolfguard attachment guy? Wolfguard pack leader and Terminator. That used to be the combo like ages and ages ago, is you would always take the Cyclone missile launcher guy inside the unit, and then they would sit in the back with las cannons. I don't know if it's as good anymore. Because like it's a character now. Actually, maybe it is good. Stormbolter and Power Weapon can take a Cyclone and Stormbolter. So you could have like 5 las cannons and a Cyclone, and like hang out in the back. The problem is that you lose all your transport mechanics with that, but it's probably not that bad, actually. As just like a little unit to chill and shoot people? I don't know. Maybe that's fine. It's a good call out, though. Peaches, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Appreciate you. Chats. This is... this is cool and good updates. Like, the overperforming Degenerate Stupid... honestly, like, we probably could have hit their characters, too. Why is Herald Deathwolf still 85? Somebody really likes Space Wolves in the design team. But, like, honestly, this probably didn't go far enough on Thunderwolf Cavalry. I think somebody posted it in chat, and I think I agree with you. I don't think this went far enough, because I think the Thunderwolf Cavalry characters are also part of the equation. Loken Grimnar is still playable at 115. Bjorn the Fell-Handed is still playable at 190. But then you also have other things that were, like, fringe playable that now got buffed. Which I think is cool if you hit their main archetype. But I don't know why Space Wolves is the only faction they did this to. Like, Sororitas and Drukhari both just got huge nerfs, and they were performing worse than Space Wolves. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand it, chat. Tau Empire. Not that I don't know, I'm upset about it. I think, like, running a funny Firestorm with a bunch of Devastators is definitely worse than running Wolf Jail. But it's cool that they now have this, like, extra archetype that they can play with, where they just have a trillion, like, Devastator Firstborn guys. Win rate of Champions of Rest was 52. Is that correct? Is that right? I remember it being, at one point in the season, it was higher outside Stormlands. All right, that is certainly not the case right now. Was it in the June update? No, not quite. No, but it was a little bit closer. Stormlands definitely took off in this past update. Yeah. So yeah, so Stormlands was the problem for sure. But they only, like, realistically, right? They only hit 2 components of Stormlands. They hit the Thunderwolf Cavalry, so you went up. What were they in the last update? 200. So you lose 120 off the Thunderwolves and you lose 15 off Logan. So you went up 135. So you basically lost like half of a Thunderwolf Cavalry squad. Which maybe is good enough. I don't know. But for like the highest performing detachment in the game, could have gone harder, I think. All right, let's talk about Tau Empire. Commander Farsight. He is down 10 points. Love it. Let's make Retaliation Cadre better. Kroot Carnivores. Down 10. Whoa! Kroot Carnivores are great. What? Okay. All right, fair enough. Stealth Scouts with Obsec went down. All right. Okay, buddy. Twist my arm, why don't you? Flesh Shaper down 10. Kroot Trail Shaper down 10. Hey, Sturgios. Thanks for joining the early access mode there. Kroot Trail Shaper down 10. Kroot War Shaper down 10. Kroot Rampagers down 15. Krutox Riders. The Singleton went up and everyone else went down. Yeah, like that's. I love that they're doing this. By the way, this is like so like such a good move because there's an inherent value to having a unit in 40k, and the problem was that they just they priced it so that every unit was like a unit and a model had the same price, and they discounted that inherent value. So it was more efficient to take individuals of one model unless you were looking for like big unit synergies. And the fact that they are sort of like calling that out is big. That's so huge. Piranhas went up 5 points per model, which I think is fair because they're very good. Riptide Battlesuits went up 10 points. Fair also. And that was it. Big buffs for Kroot, which is fascinating. I actually think Hunting Pack was playable, and I think might just be good now. Like, the normal Hunting Pack list went down like 150 points. You got like an entire Kroot unit for free. So, I think Kroot Hunting Pack might literally just be like meta now. So, everybody get ready for that. We had Wolf Jail, yes. Get ready for Kroot Jail. Because you could run like 5 tanks and 120 Kroot, or 140 Kroot or something. And now you can just run 6 tanks into 140 Kroot between Farstalkers and Carnivores. So So I hope everyone's body is ready for that to happen. 10 points per... 1 point per model on every recruit. That's a lot. That's a lot of free recruit. I don't know, chat. Oh my god. Recruit Detachment won, I think, a couple GTs, yeah. And I streamed it at the New England Open Invitational. Drew Salzborn made a run with it. He came close. He almost won it. Lost in the finals to Thousand Suns, but like it's Thousand Suns, so what can you do? When your army has like 60 flamers, like it turns out it's good against the recruit hunting pack. But if he had an entire free tank, like I think that maybe it would be better. I don't know, man. Oh, jeez. Yeah, GSC having a bunch of free stuff is also big. I think it feels like Horde meta. I don't know. Because Orcs also got huge point cuts, so like get ready for high model counts from them. Get ready for high model counts from Tau. Get ready for high model counts from GSC. Get those flamers and blast weapons ready, folks, because I feel like we are gonna see some shit. Oh, Thousand Suns. How the mighty have fallen. Oh boy. I like this change. Rubric's little unit went up, big unit went down. That's cool. So Ahriman up 10 on both of his incarnations. Exalted Sorcerer up 10. Exalted Sorcerer? G-Dub? That guy? Okay. Did they hit regular Sorcerer? Yes, okay. Like, literally every character went up. They were like, fuck it. Alright. This is a bad change. So, Exalted Sorcerer up 5. No, up 10. Disc Sorcerer up 10. Infernal Master up 15. Regular Sorcerer up 15. Is that right? Up 10. So, the problematic one that was taken in triplicate in every list went up 5 extra points off the other ones. But everyone went up. But, like, this guy's the issue. We gave him an extra 5 points and called it a day. Put him to, like, 120. and leave Brittany alone. What is this change? This is, like, so weird. Like, guys, you know what's ripping it up? The guy that gives Arcane Shield and has a 1 in 6 chance of killing his own unit instead of regenerating models to it. Oh, okay. Okay, guys. Yeah, we should nerf that dude. But the Infernal Master, he's fine. He's almost exactly as powerful as that Exalted Sorcerer. It's still cheaper than the Exalted Sorcerer. I don't understand. Chad, I don't get it. How is he still cheaper? He has the same Kabbalistic Ritual generation, and he has a better ability, and he has more damage. I don't understand. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Magnus up 25. I think if you didn't see that coming, you're a silly goose. Mood of the Vortex Beast up 10. Forge Friend up 10, probably fair. The Forge Friend didn't even feel like it was that like cheap, but in comparison with other Forge Friends, it was very silly. Being like 55 points less than the Chaos Space Marine Forge Friend was silly. Zan Gordon lightened up 5. Fair enough. Cultists didn't go up though. What? This is so weird. What a weird set of changes. This definitely feels like, I don't know. This feels like a set of changes from somebody who knows that Thousand Suns are good, but is not entirely sure why. Like, yeah, okay. I mean, like, hitting Enlightened certainly hurts, because that's, like, their best utility. But the fact that the Infernal Master is still cheaper than the other sorcerers is insanity. Insanity. I like the Rubric Marine change, though. That was good. You probably see characters sit in the back for 2 Cabal points and see the 5-mans get dropped. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Maybe. What did the normal list go up? It had like, it was like 50 on characters. If it was Triple Infernal Master, it was probably 65 on characters. It went up like 80, 100, like 130, 140 points probably. Yeah, you probably just cut a Rubric Marine squad and maybe an enhancement. Which is like relevant. It becomes very small army. I don't know. It definitely feels like, I don't know. They were so mono. They're like such a mono list. I wish that, I don't know. I wish things were different. I wish Thousand Sons were a different faction. But what they're gonna get Codex like in the not too distant future, right? So it's whatever. It is what it is. Scarab should have gone down. Yeah, I don't disagree. I know some people are like the problem is that, and this is what I talked about when I did my wish list. The problem is that Magnus is the best force multiplier in the faction, and it's not even close. Like hands down, it's not even close. So the issue isn't necessarily that outside of Infernal Masters, I will not argue that Infernal Masters aren't ridiculously overpowered, but especially when combined with Rubric Marines. Outside of those units, nothing else in the faction is particularly efficient. So it's like you're trading down with all your little units so that Magnus can like double or triple his value in kills. So what you need to do is instead of like nerf all this stuff, you have to like cut the bad characters by like a couple points. And then you need to like hit Magnus over the head with a 2x4. Where you put Magnus to like 600 or 700 points, but the other characters are like 80. And then you construct a divergence where you can play the Magnus list, and it looks very similar to the current list because you get points off elsewhere. Or you can also play a list that plays like a more MSU style and plays more of the other sorcerers and Rubric Marines. But right now, like there is just literally no incentive to not play Magnus, and there's no incentive to ever not put all of your resources on Magnus because he's simply the best place for them. And that cuts out the 10-man Rubric squads, that cuts out the Scarab Occult Terminators. All these other big cool bricks that do cool things are so much worse than Magnus, it's not even funny. And that sucks. That's just very unfortunate. And I think that, yeah, you'd need to like go back and sort of like rebuild the faction for that not to be the case. But I don't know if they care that much because Thousand Sons are kind of like they're like a small little bit player, you know what I mean? But I don't know. That's my thoughts on it. That's my thoughts for playing Thousand Sons for like 6 months. Oh, good. Tyranid nerfs. I love that. It's actually not too bad. Tyranids. So we saw Carnifexes go down. Old One-Eye go up. So Carnifexes went down 10 points a model. So the big unit went down 20. Old One-Eye went up 10. Okay. So Old One-Eye by himself is less efficient, but if you take him with his Carnifex buddies, he's actually 10 points cheaper. So that's cool. So the triple Carnifex brood is actually more efficient now. Oh no, it's the same. Am I crazy? It used to be 250 for the Carnifexes and 140. Oh no, it used to be 290. Yeah, it used to be 290 and now it's 280. I guess they just want to incentivize you to play Carnifexes. Please, guys, buy our Carnifexes. We swear. They're not useless garbage that we made weapon skill for literally no reason. Pyrovores went up 5. Lictors went up 5. Von Ryan's Lepers went down 5. Or 5 for the little unit and 10 for the big unit. That's nice. They are like, they're so fringe. I wish that they had more than just stealth. They're so easy to kill once you can see them. That like, you can't play them with the same capacity that you can Lictors, which is just sad. Winged Hive Tyrant went down 10, which is cool. Not too many changes though. Realistically, the art of the faction didn't really change that much. I think that's fine. Most armies will stay exactly the same. And World Eaters! World Eater nerfs. Chaos Spawn up 5. Probably fine. Probably still too cheap. 35 points a model for a 4+ Fiona Pan? Okay. Sure, I'll take it. Angron went up 20. That's surprising. Demon Prince with wings went down 25. What does the World Eater's winged Demon Prince even do? Does he have a relevant ability that matters? I don't think I've ever seen the... Oh, no. Is he the once per game, like, finest hour? World Eater's Demon Prince. It's hard to keep track of all of the individual Demon Prince data sheets, because they all are different. He's tough with the helmet. Everyone's tough with the helmet. He's not as tough as the Foot Demon Prince, though, right? At the start of the fight phase, each enemy unit must take a battle shock test. Okay, cool. Start of battle. I guess that is relevant because you can't like AOC if you fail it. Start of the battle. Select one unit from your. Okay, so he chooses like a stalking target and gets rerolls against them. He went down 25. Is that good? He's 7, strength 11 attacks on the charge. And he's like really fast. Move 14, fly. Like theoretically with his with the buffs in play, he's move 14, advance and charge. Huh. There might be play there, actually. Honestly. Master of Executions went up 10. I think that's mostly understandable. Yeah, he could also auto-advance 6, yeah. Carnifex is being weapon skill 4 is confusing. Well, not in the context of it being a Tyranid unit. If it's a Tyranid unit, it has to be worse than everyone else's equivalent versions because of being Tyranids. Yeah, I don't know, that Winged Demon Prince profile might actually be sick. Is that the cheapest Winged Demon Prince? $180 in CSM. $195 in Death Guard. What? Is there a reason for that? Hold up. What? Did the Death Guard Demon Princes do anything? I was under the impression that they were trash. You get devastating wounds on your strength 8, 6 attack weapon. Okay. If you compare this, and he's also slower. If you compare this man to the Winged Demon Prince in Chaos Space Marines, it is insane. That dude hits you for like 6 mortal wounds on the charge every time. And he's also cheaper. What is the Death Guard Demon Prince is trash. What? Oh, their Foot Demon Prince is really cheap, actually. What does their Foot Demon Prince do? Death Guard Infantry get a 6 plus feel no pain. That's something, I guess. He's really cheap, actually, so that's not too bad. I don't think it's good, but it's not trash. The winged one is horrible. What a bad unit. The Thousand Suns one is cheaper than, yeah, so. Ooh. The World Eater's Demon Prince might be okay. That feels pretty okay, chat. That might be there might be a list in there somewhere where you just take a bunch of Demon Princes. They also they kind of work with Angron too, because they operate in the same area of the table. You might as well just run Rodriguez or Aguo. Well, he doesn't get a feel no pain. He gives a feel no pain, right? That's the difference. He's like, all the Foot Demon Princes are like dedicated support units. They all like have an aura for infantry, which is a weird place for them to be. I don't know. That was where they really wanted to push that identity for the Foot Demon Princes, but it's a weird place to stand. Like the Heretic Astartes one gives stealth, The World Eaters one gives an invulnerable save. That one gives you a feel no pain. The Demon one also gives you stealth for some reason. Yeah. Yeah, but he's like slower for no reason because he's Mark of Miracle. He's a slow boy. He's too fat for his wings. I can't get in there. I'm too slow. Help me. How we feeling about points, chats? I think it's interesting. Space Marines felt a little hurt, but it feels like this might be a tide over for them to get unique mechanics in the next update. Jump into some index card erratas next, maybe? Yeah, the Bulgrin nerf was, like, kind of insane. I definitely expected a Bulgrin nerf. I did not expect plus 7 points per model. Blood Angels player you felt violated? Really? But, like, Blood Angels is entirely, is like, you can't look at Blood Angels in comparison to their previous points values because it's like, the context is entirely changed, right? So, like, being like, oh, Blood Angels got nerfed. Did they? Because it's a new faction now. You have an entirely new set of detachments that have never been played before, and on which we have no data. So, like, I don't know. I feel like play some games first. Sucks these Bulgrin don't stand up to other dedicated close combat. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like Bulgrin went to like a 0 to 1 kind of unit, and you're just gonna play like Catachan Jungle Fighters now as your front line. And I mean, maybe Ogren, as we talked about. They're not as tanky, but like they're cheap as fuck. Expecting Typhus to get nerfed since they buffed Death Shrouds. That is having no changes is nuts. Unless he got rules update, but we're gonna look at that in a sec. Ogren rule in a Chimera. You can't even fit a whole unit in a Chimera though, right? Or can you? Wait, can you? Hold up. How many wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? How many Ogren could a Chimera Ogren if a Chimera could Ogren an Ogren? Let's just go to... This is taking a million whole years over here. I have too many tabs open, apparently. Oh yeah, you can only fit 3 in. Or I guess technically 4, but you can't really actually play 4. I mean, you could, but it would be bad. Yeah, I don't know. I'm less excited about that. The one time I did see Ogren like being super funny was in a Crassus, I think, where they all got fire support, and you dumped like 18 of them out. Very funny. Yeah, I also expected in my head, yeah, I was definitely expecting like 3 point per model. Like 10 points for the small unit and 20 for the big. 20 and 40 was like is crazy. I wonder if there's a perception too, because I think that Militarum tend to be really high really performant in some particular metagames. And I think it's it might be terrain or meta dependent. And I know that they have they tend to perform well on like in the UK. And I wonder if there's like a little bit of a bias there, you know, where like they if you're watching Militarum win more often at events, you want to nerf them, but I don't know, we'll see. I think the Hive Tyrant should go down to his release cost. Well, he's good. People run him because of buffs, not because... he's not the destroyer of worlds. Yeah, I think the idea is that he's supposed to be more of a like a support piece. But I don't disagree that they're too... The Hive Tyrant chassis is too expensive. I don't know. Like, I don't think he's not good enough in melee to be spammable. I mean, maybe he is. Like, there's a points value where you take a bunch of them, but like I don't think it's realistic. Because he's also a character monster, so like if you spam them, you give up secondaries really easily. So I don't know. Yeah, I would like to see a points cut on him, but Tyranids are like right in the 50-50 category, so I think that they're just doing some little tweaks instead of giving huge buffs. All right, chat. Let's talk about updates. The index card. Oh, actually, before we talk about this, let's talk about Pariah Nexus because that did get an update. What changed in the Tournament Companion? I'm excited. What? Seize the Initiative is back. That's crazy. No. Whoa! Secret missions got massively nerfed? Whoa! Whoa! In the 5th battle round, you cannot score VP from the primary mission card if you have chosen a secret mission. Whoa! That's huge. So the thing that you would do, right, is you would get shit on primary the entire game. You would choose your secret mission, and then you would like 3-inch teleport for like Unbroken Wall or Command Insert, and score like a 15 on primary on the same turn. And now you just can't do that. Get absolutely wrecked, Necron Warrior, like Hypercrypt Legion. That's actually huge. But it's huge if you are entirely playing for round 5. But I wonder how often it's going to be relevant. The more I think about it. Having less than 20 victory points on the battle rounds 1 through 4 is, I guess it's not actually that hard to imagine. So this will probably cut 5 victory points on average off of most secret mission players. Because if you're scoring 5 victory points around on primary, which is pretty often, on rounds 1, going second on rounds 1 or 2 through 4, which is 5 points a turn. So like your opponent's gotten you to holding your home objective and take and hold, for example. Then you could score 20 off the primary, but you could not score any more. 20 off the secret, sorry, but you could not score any more primary if you chose secret missions. So you would be 5 points less. That might be enough. But it definitely prevents like the super degenerate like play for round 5. Like literally do nothing and then win on round 5. That's a big change. I'm not sure if I like that or not, but it's certainly something interesting. Hey, linchpin was changed to have a cap up to 15. So you could score up to basically up to 12 for holding every objective not inside your deployment zone. If you hold your deployment zone objective, you can score up to a cap of 15. That's good. So you can no longer score a 23-point round 5, which was like super degenerate. I don't know what the change here was. Hidden supplies. Players roll off. Players select the corner. Is this a change to hidden supplies? Hidden supplies always used to. Oh no, I don't think this isn't new actually. That's the same. If my opponent selects an attached unit for March for Death, hey, we got an update.
No, they changed the nesting rhino in Imperial agents. It now says agents of the Imperium infantry. Crying face.
Colin Walker, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you can't put your Corvus Black Stars in your rhinos anymore. They didn't have a bag of holding inside the little firing deck. It opens to a black hole and out flies an entire air force. Tragedy. Absolutely distraught. Imperial agents trash now. Trashed here, army. Throw them out. They can never win. Okay, so they have clarified what happens if you select an attached unit for Marked for Death. To score victory points, you must destroy the bodyguard and at least one leader unit that was attached to it. What a weird ruling, but okay. At least we have chosen a path to victory. That's an update, right? That's not an FAQ. That is an update to the rule, but it is what it is. It's kind of annoying when they just introduce new rules as an FAQ and be like, no, our intention was that. It's this weird, bizarre, like, fringe ruling. Oh, okay. Was it? That was your intention? Okay. When selecting units for the March for that secondary mission, can you select a leader within an attached unit? The answer is no, which is fair. When performing a terraform action, can you terraform an objective that your opponent has already terraformed? No! What? What? Was that... That wasn't a question, right? That's just new rules? That's why? Why does it work like that? That's insane. Oh, I guess it says not been terraformed. Wild. Yeah, no, I guess that is rules as written, but I think I literally have never internalized that is how that is supposed to work. No, okay, that's fair. That's on me. I don't think that's ever bad in a game I played. But I was under the impression that each player terraformed an objective. But it just says the objective has been terraformed. And then you score based on the ones that you terraformed. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I don't think that's actually new. I just didn't realize. I don't know how often I've been in a position to terraform the objectives on my opponent's side of the table, but that, man, going first in that that mission is sick. If you can declare terraforms that you just lock them off your opponent, that's actually amazing. When do you resolve mission roles such as supply drop? After the determined first step. Yeah, that's not new. Okay. Did they awkwardly change terrain layouts again? I don't know. I can't be bothered to look at all of them. I hope they didn't. Please don't. Please stop changing layouts so that we have to change all of our maps. Yeah, this is all tournament stuff. Okay, we did it. We talked about that.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out.
They have to do all this clarification because Yobi doesn't play playtest stuff anymore. Well, no, I don't think that's necessarily true. I do think that there's like a little bit of a lack of play testing, but I think that also the scope of the game is so much bigger than, like, it's like so big that it is easy for a design team to overlook things. I don't want to put anything on them. I do think that, like, there's like rule stuff that they do that are stupid, but I don't want to, like, the fine tuning of balance ends up becoming a lot clearer in hindsight. You know what I mean? You can't be like, oh man, how come they didn't see that secret missions were going to be really broken in this one specific, like, way? And it's like, well, because we put literally like 7 digits of man hours into figuring it out as a community, which is not something that a design team can do on their own. There's, like, literally not enough resources to figure that out by themselves. And they fixed it, so there you go. Or at least they've tried. All right. Errata, the Autarch, Superlative Strategist, which is, I believe, the ability to duplicate a stratagem on a unit, right? Which didn't do anything. They updated those abilities in the data slate so that they did literally nothing. Actually, was there a data slate update? There was not, right? No. Okay, cool. We don't have to talk about that. Yeah, so once per turn, you can target this model's unit with this stratagem, even if you've already used the stratagem on a different unit, which it was blanked by the last update. I think they didn't realize that, and so now they have rights of battle, which is cool. Cold. Orders cannot be issued to battle shocked units. If an order if a unit being affected by an order becomes battle shocked, the order ceases to affect that unit. Okay. I guess there was maybe an instance where you could use like inspiring command to order a battle shocked unit out of phase, maybe. Grand strategist. You can order one additional order in each battle round. Grand strategist buff. It's not. It doesn't require you to be your command phase. Chat, that's sick. We can put our Grand Strategist in reserve when he issues 2 orders when he comes out. What? What? Guns Ghosts got their sustained hits changed. The sustained hits 0 to sustained hits 1. That was very funny. Tank Commander got Squadron. I think we talked about that over the course there, chats. Incredible update. It means he gets the detachment ability and he can target himself with orders. That's huge. That's huge. That's huge. That's huge. Which was, and he also gets overlapping fields of fire. The lack of that keyword was such a disaster for that unit, and I'm glad that they have it now. I missed a thing about Wraithguard. I don't believe I did. This thing. That's how it worked previously, but there's like a way to get around it. I do not believe that is an actual change. Unless I am misremembering the ability. But the ability triggers after your attacks are resolved, so if you've just removed all of the models that are in engagement range, then you aren't in engagement range and you can still use it. I believe is how it works. But it's a clarification, because it used to be able to explicitly be used in melee, and it was really overpowered. Oh, maybe you can't. It triggers when you are targeted? Okay, so I guess you can't do it in melee anymore. Okay, yeah, that's fair. So it just doesn't work against melee attacks now. That is an actual change. That's kind of weird change, but fair enough. Yeah, they used to have pistols. So the way it worked previously was because it wasn't disallowed from being triggered in melee. It should just say shooting attack, right? That's what it should say. There were situations where you could use it. You could use it in response to an attack while in melee, but then if you lost the models that your opponent was engaging, it would still allow them to shoot. And I think that this prevents that. I didn't realize that it triggered on target. Let's see. Can an officer targeted with the inspired command stratagem still issue an order that has already issued a number of orders during that battle round equal to the number listed on its data sheet? For example, if Acadian Castellan issues one order during my command phase, can I use inspired command to in your opponent's next command phase to issue another order, even if it's the same battle round? Yes. Wait, inspired command doesn't check the total number of orders anymore? What? Man. We did just complain about Astra Militarum getting nerfed, but it feels like they're just also getting like random rules buffs. Huh. If a tank commander is destroyed by anything other than an attack, can it use death befitting an officer? No. If it's destroyed as a result of hazardous, can it use death befitting an officer? Yes. Excuse me? What? What? How? What? What does that mean? You contradicted yourself in two questions. If a tank commander is destroyed by anything other than an attack and use death befitting officer, no. If it's destroyed by something that's not an attack and use death befitting an officer, yes. What? But it doesn't say part of an attack, chat. It says an attack. That makes no sense. That's a weapon ability. It's an ability. It even says it's an ability. What? What? That is pants on head. Just remove this thing, then. Fucking who cares about that? What is the original wording of this ability? God damn it, dude. These FAQs sometimes, man. Why stay consistent? Why stay consistent even within two adjacent FAQs? The ability also doesn't specify attack. It just says when destroyed. Oh, I guess it's because after the attacking model's unit has finished making its attacks. But, like, it doesn't require an attack to trigger. I guess it triggers against non-attacks, it just doesn't resolve. That's stupid. Whatever. I guess, like... Okay, I think I can see that... I can see I can see the intention or the rationale, but they've worded it stupidly. So, death befitting an officer always triggers when you're destroyed, but it only resolves if you are destroyed during an attack sequence and a unit is attacking. So they've roundaboutly FAQ'd around how it actually is supposed to work. So even if you die to, like, Desperate Breakout, you still, like, death befitting an officer still checks, because you're like, oh, tank commander's destroyed, but there's no timing at which you roll the 2+, because it only works if attacks are being rolled, and then it goes after they resolve. That's... Alright. It makes sense, but it's incredibly stupid. I understand it, chat. But, like, there's someone at the... you can tell it's like, someone in the design team is like, looking at this data sheet and is like, oh my god. we got questions about how this ability works. And whoever wrote this ability is a madman. And I'm sure it's like there's some development person who has to resolve the rules written by some design person who like nested an ability inside an attack sequence but didn't require an attack for it to trigger and is like, how do we resolve this? And the answer is, I guess this way. So that would mean that if you are destroyed, if you shoot, if you are if you are, I believe that if you are killed by the deadly demise of the unit you are attacking, then you would trigger death befitting an officer as well. Because deadly demise just triggers on destroyed, right? So it's before resolving attacks. Yeah. Yeah, so Deadly Demise triggers immediately upon the loss of the last wound. So you would be inside an attacking unit's attack sequence, which means that after that attack sequence is completed, you would then roll out your Death Befitting an Officer. Nuts. Unless you die before your attack sequence is completed and you haven't finished resolving your attacks, I guess. Is that how that works? When does Hazardous check? Oh, it is after. So I guess maybe that wouldn't work. If you... so Hazardous has the same timing as Death Befitting an Officer, which is why they trigger, I think, at the same time. I'm sure there's an effect that, after you finish resolving your attacks, would kill you without inflicting an attack. Is it Lucius the Eternal? If Lucius kills you off your own attack, I think it triggers. No, Lucius triggers immediately. Wild. So wait, Lucius can kill a unit while it's attacking, like in the middle of its attacks. So if you have one wound left and you target one weapon into Lucius and then resolve it first, he kills you before you resolve your remaining attacks, I believe. Because it doesn't happen after you... It happens immediately upon the attack being resolved. It doesn't happen after you've resolved all your attacks. That's wild. Like, one wound Lucius over here, he's like in melee, and you're like, I'll put 2 attacks into him, and then 4 attacks into his unit, and then he kills you in the middle of your attacks, you just lose them. Deadly Demise is not after the attack's completed, though. That's the difference. Deadly Demise is when the unit's destroyed. So the thing is that, like, almost all of these reactive mortal abilities trigger immediately upon being destroyed. So theoretically, they happen in the middle of your attack sequence and can interrupt it. Which I think might blue screen the game. Hold up. Do you have to complete resolving your attacks before you move on to the next unit in the shooting phase? This is so stupid. These are the funniest FAQs, chat, when they just like open a huge can of worms that like maybe break the entirety of 40k. What are the shooting phase rules? I'm in the shooting phase rules here, chat. Here we are. Let's just look at my boop 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 boo. I guess there is no requirement for you to have completed your attacks before you move on to the next unit, right? I also don't remember if there's a commentary that specifies what happens if you die while you're attacking. But that's probably worth looking at too. Because that's also very relevant for this dude, right? Like, are your attacks considered to have been resolved if you die before you complete them? You select an enemy unit. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, yeah. There is no requirement for you. Like, there's no like trigger in the shooting phase that moves you to the next target after you have resolved all your attacks. So theoretically, your attacks don't have to have resolved for you to move on, which is good. If we look at the commentary, though, I don't know what this would be. Might have to take a short break here, chat, just to run to the bathroom before we go too far. Ugh, I don't want to look through every single instance of this. Shoot on death? We did look through all the points changes, chat. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna before I dive into this rules rabbit hole, chat, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. So I'm gonna put it on our little loop. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thanks everyone for hanging. We've been live for like 2.5 hours, so it's time for me to take a break. I'll be back in 1 sec. Apologies for the brief intermission, chat. We are back. We are back with rules rabbit holes on Tactical Tangent Wednesday, I guess. Wacky Wednesday. What's up, everybody? Yeah, I had to run to the bathroom was the issue here. Yeah, so the thing that we were looking at here was this tank commander effect. Because this tank commander opens up a weird can of worms about exactly what happens if you are destroyed while attacking. Because the implication of these two FAQs is that if you are destroyed outside of an attack sequence, the death befitting an officer does not trigger. But if you are destroyed during anyone's attack sequence, including your own, it does trigger. The question is, if you're destroyed before the resolved attacks step of the attack sequence, does it work? And the answer, I think, may be, who knows? I think that the answer is, I have no fucking idea, and no one knows, and it also might not matter because I'm not sure if anything actually... Well, things do that. We have determined conclusively that units can kill you while you're attacking them. And can you shoot on death if that happens is the question mark. Which was not a question before this FAQ came up, which is sort of annoying. And I think that the answer is that, at least as far as I can see, I think that the answer is that there is no answer. Each time a unit from a player, if an enemy unit is destroyed, while there are still unresolved attacks to make against it, do those attacks need to be resolved? No. If a rule would apply when a Mauler unit is destroyed, but another rule is preventing it from being destroyed. Okay, who cares? When a rule allows a model to shoot or fight after being destroyed but before being removed from play, does that model's unit count as having been selected to shoot or fight? No. I actually didn't realize that was in the FAQ. I'm learning so many things today, chat. So you can't Dark Pact if you fight on death, for example? I guess that doesn't... like that. I think that is just how it works. But there's like weird stuff. Like you can't use Battle Host rerolls if you are like fighting on death. Not that I think that you can really... There's not that many things that fight on death. But I'm sure it's in there somewhere that have like floating selection rerolls. Yeah, I'm striking out here, chat. I think that this is simply an unresolved part of the rules. Yep, I cannot find any instance. If somebody has an answer for me, then I'd be interested to know. The question being that if you are destroyed before all of your attacks are resolved, are you considered to have finished resolving your attacks? It seems like the answer is no. It seems like it just interrupts the sequence and then moves to the next unit, but I actually have no idea. What a can of worms to open up with that silly FAQ. If I target a unit with the fervent acclamation stratagem and then target the same unit with another stratagem that has enhanced the effect, that has an enhanced effect if the Templar vow is active, did the unit benefit? Yes. Yeah, that makes sense. When using a demonic pact to add a demon unit to your army, are any Shadow of Chaos army rolls in effect? No, of course not. You haven't selected them as your army keyword. That would be silly. If a pink horror or blue horror is destroyed as a result of its own weapon's hazardous ability, can that model's unit use the split ability? Is that possible? What? Pink or blue horrors don't have hazardous weapons, right? Why? There are models in the unit that have hazardous, but they don't destroy the horrors. Am I crazy? What? What is the point of this FAQ? Like, you can have flux masters inside the unit that are hazardous, but you have to assign damage to them. Did they change hazards? They didn't, right? Each time a pink or blue horror model from the unit is destroyed. That's bizarre. Oh, I guess you could give them hazardous. Okay, you could, like, Treason of Tzeentch them or, like, Entropic Damp. Alright, no. Yeah, okay, I understand. There's, like, a very particular corner case where you could be destroyed while attacking yourself. With, like, West Stratagem or something. When you return models to a unit of blue horrors that begin the battle as a unit of pink horrors, can you return pink horrors to the unit? No. What? When you return models to a unit of blue horrors that began the battle as a unit of pink horrors. So if you killed all the pinks out, can you return pink horrors? No? What? So wait, does, like, demonic manifestation just not work on horrors? That's an insane thing to say. What? Okay. When I return models to a unit of blue horrors that began the battle as a unit of pink horrors, can you return models to the unit to bring it above the starting strength? No. Wait. What? What are these FAQs, chat? So if you split, you are capped at 10 models? What the fuck? I guess it's returning, not adding to a unit, right? Because these add 2 new blues. But like, I imagine that there's an FAQ somewhere that says when you return models to a unit, it's capped at its starting strength. So if you are... But why wouldn't you be able to return pinks into a unit? This is so convoluted. I don't understand. So if you've killed all your pink horrors, you lose the ability to return pink horrors. And if you have 10 or more blue horrors in a unit, you can't return any pink horrors regardless of what the composition is. But you can split them because that's adding new models. That's pants on head, chat. Pants on head. But, like, why? What would be the rationale that prevents you from returning pink horrors to a unit? Like, the starting strength stuff I understand, right? Because, like, theoretically, there's a cap on your starting strength based on your whatever you started with. Sure. But why can't you return pink horrors to a unit that started with pink horrors in it? Right? Like, you still have, in your destroyed pile, are pink horrors that came from that unit. If I'm below my starting strength, what would prevent me from returning pink horrors? It's not a blue horror unit, though, right? It's a pink horror unit that is simply in, like... That's like saying that a unit of tactical marines that only has the veteran sergeant left is a veteran sergeant unit. That's nuts. That's an insane thing to say. Right? Because the pink horror unit just has a blue horror stat line on it. It doesn't turn into... Oh, it does turn into a blue horror unit. Okay, no, that's what I didn't understand. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, okay, I'm wrong. I'm a silly goose, chat. I forgot about this thing. All right, no, I get it. I get it. Yeah, I didn't know that it switched the data sheet over. That's like a weird rule, but I understand. All right, nope, I understand now. I'm working through it. I'm not slow. I'm thorough. I swear. Typhus finally got the nerf to his Mortal Wound thing, where he can't shoot lone operatives. That's good. Does an objective marker that has been infected by an army remain infected if your opponent controls it at the start of any turn? Remain infected if your opponent controls it, yes. However, it does not gain Nurgle's Gift. That's interesting. And we're in the weeds with this FAQ, damn. Alright. Which is the strat? Oh, it's the detachment ability. I'm in the wrong spot. If you control an objective marker at the end of your command phase, and a Drukhari unit is within range, it is said to be infected and remains under your control even if you have no models within range of it, until your opponent controls it at the start of any turn. While an objective marker is infected and under your control, it has the Nurgle's Gift ability. Okay. So as soon as you control an objective marker in your command phase, it is infected. And it remains controlled even if you have no models in it until your opponent controls it. And infected objectives give you cool bonuses, right? Yeah. Within contagion range of infected objective markers. Cool. So you can... That's interesting. That's an interesting clarification. I don't think that it feels like it might be unintended, but I understand the rationale. So you can apply the effects of stratagems once you have held an objective marker for long enough, regardless of whether or not you control the objective marker. It has like a lesser contagion range, basically, because you check contagion range, which is just a distance, right? For your upgraded stratagems, but it doesn't modify characteristics unless you control the objective. That is very roundabout and confusing, but I understand the rationale. So, it's I think that it always has a contagion range. Is the implication here, right? It always has or contagion range is this distance, right? And if you have Nurgle's Gift, you subtract 1 from the toughness characteristic of models inside that contagion range. So, if you don't control the objective marker, it doesn't apply Nurgle's Gift. But contagion range is just a distance. So you can say you're in contagion range of an effective objective marker, right? If you're within 3, 6, or 9 inches of it. I don't believe that you have to control the objective marker, right? Oh, it says this one says you control. Oh, yeah, okay. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, actually that is a stupid clarification. It's not that you aren't within contagion range of an effective objective marker. It's that you have to control the objective marker for the stratagem to work. Yeah, I understand. That's very dumb. So this clarification is pointless, right? Does the objective marker remain infected? Yes, but it doesn't matter. In no situation will it ever matter. Yeah, okay, I understand. So like, you're like, hey, technically, the detachment ability says I infect objective markers, regardless of whether or not I control them, right? And GW's like, technically correct. And then like the monkey's paw curls, and they're like, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't modify their characteristics, and it doesn't account for your stratagems. It just is infected. Cool, man. Thanks, dude. What a stupid clarification. That's so dumb. Maybe something we'll release or something where that matters. I don't know. Does anyone have like there's no abilities that trigger off infected objective markers, right? I'm sure someone, a Death Guard person who in chat who might know, could post it up. There's a slight difference. If you infect an objective, then lose it, then take it back in the same turn. Yeah, that's true. Right. Yeah, so like the you no longer have to re-hold it for a round to reinfect it, is what you're saying. That does make sense. Yeah, if you take it mid-turn, it would work, yeah. That's true. That is true. Right, but the point was that the strats that trigger off infected, chat, only work if you currently control the infected objective marker. So they're like, yeah, it remains infected, but if your opponent controls it, it doesn't matter. But the point being that you no longer have to reinfect it does make sense. That's very confusing, but there you go. If you lose the Alliance of Agony stratagem to empower one Archon, one Succubus, and one Homunculus, and one or more of those models are within 9 inches of a Chronos, can you use Chronos Paint Engine? Yes. Okay, fair enough. Can pain tokens that are gained from a Chronos' Pain Parasite ability be used immediately to empower additional units at the start of the phase? What? Literally not rules as written. I think I have to take that off my judgment document, chat. That is not how that works, but okay, G-Dub. Yeah, the weird thing about... that's so wild. The weird thing is that the Chrono... So you there's a step at the start of each phase where you declare all your empowerments. And then those resolve, and then those are all simultaneous, and then the Chronos triggers. So you are already past... start of phase effects by the time that the Chronos gives you your pain tokens back. So there is no timing in which this can occur, but I guess it does anyway. Okay. Whatever you say, GW. Incredible. Okay. Yeah, okay. We got rid of it. Cool. Oh, wait. This is old. What am I talking about? Alright, I can just cut the entire Drukhari FAQ section out of the judgment document. Goodbye! Goodbye, pit thing. It was nice knowing you. That's to make up for all the points increases. Yeah, here you go. You get like a weird roundabout FAQ in your favor. If my Canis Rex is destroyed, can Sir Hector continue to complete an action that Canis Rex has started? Like, no, comma, idiot. It's a different unit, bro. Okay. Can you score assassination twice if you destroy Canis Rex then Sir Hector? That's funny. When does a unit gain a judgment token from destroying a Leagues of Votann unit? When the last model in the Leagues of Votann unit is removed from the battlefield. Okay, fair enough. Stormfang gunship. Boop, 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 boop. The Stormfang and Stormwolf did not have the Imperium keyword. Very good. If I use the Warrior Pride stratagem in Space Wolves to give a unit the benefit of a saga your army is not yet completed, then you target the same unit with the thing that has an enhanced effect. The answer is yes. It works on both. Sounds good. Can I use Temporal Surge after using Warp Sight? No, that was already clarified, but that's okay. There was a hot minute where you could do that, and it was really broken. Because you could like, start a phase did not preclude you from using during phase effects. It was very good. For the Blood God stratagem, when After a World Eater's unit has fought, if one or more enemy units are destroyed as a result of those attacks. What was the update there? That's the reroll on that's the reroll on a favorite of Khorne, right? For the Blood God. It used to be in the fight phase after a World Eater's unit from your army destroys an enemy unit. Oh, okay. So theoretically you could use it on like weird other stuff in people's fight phases. So if you killed people with if you deadly demised and killed a unit with your explosion, you could technically make a Blessings of Khorne roll. Understood, but no longer. Now it has been changed. If a World Eater's Hellbrute Frenzy ability is triggered, can you still select that unit to shoot or fight? Yes! That's new. Whoa! What? Whoa! That is actually not rules as written. So, fight on target abilities are not affected by your previous selection of fight. Or vice versa, I guess. Your selection of fight does not prevent you from or your fight on target does not prevent you from fighting normally. Whoa, that's crazy, actually. So if someone charges you, then they hit you, you hit them, and then you hit them again. Whoa, that's insane. Kronos basically has the warp drive from Event Horizon. Event Horizon's such a classic. What a movie that was. That's actually insane. That's a super big change. Hot diggity damn. If you use for the Blood God and you roll 666, can you reborn Angron? Yes. If Angron has been destroyed, can a player still select that unit for abilities that instruct them to select a unit in their opponent's army? No. Yeah, they're dead. Can a World Eater's Hellbrute's Frenzy trigger more than once? Yes. Can a World Eater's Frenzy allow it to fight unless it's the fight phase? Can a World Eater's Frenzy allow it to fight in the shooting phase and shoot in the fight phase? Yes. But with a bunch of riders on it. Why would it prevent? Because a unit that has already fought cannot be selected to fight. There's the core rules say that a unit can't fight more than once per phase, but this ability overrode it. But it like so the frenzy like fight on target abilities overrode the normal fight phase restrictions, but the reverse was not true, right? So if I already fought and you triggered frenzy, I could fight again. But if I've frenzied, I've already fought, so I can't be selected to fight, right? Which is how it worked previously. But now it works just fine. That's really powerful, actually. It's weird that they do that for like the World Eater's Hellbrute, but like maybe we do a Blood Surge on this and we key that ability because they all work slightly differently sometimes. Wild. That's pretty cool. Right, so you could normal fight and then frenzy fight, but you couldn't frenzy fight and then normal fight because you couldn't be you were no longer eligible to be selected to fight if you'd already fought. But that's not the case anymore, so there you go. I wonder if that opens like a weird can of worms. There was for a while it didn't matter because if you were gonna trigger frenzy and prevent yourself from fighting, you would just shoot. But then they FAQ'd that you couldn't shoot with it. So if you were in engagement range, I don't know. That ability feels like it's not worded very well, and it probably needs some help. The problem is like we keep running into these issues because the the core, like a lot of the core, like mechanics and stuff are a little busted. All right, are there any other? We talked about the index cards. I assume that any updates in here are just the updates from the index card stuff, right? I don't know if there would be anything else to peek through. I'm not going to look at boarding actions because I can't be bothered. Astra Militarum updated? What changed? What would have changed here? I have no idea. And it's not like they note changes on these. Imperial Armor Adeptus Custodes? Do they have like a points value section or something? No. I have no idea what would have changed on these things. Confusing. I'm confused. No call out for Murder Fang's Frenzy? No, but it should yeah, it should carry over. It's weird that like, and they've done this before. It's very annoying. They'll do like an FAQ for one ability that's like duplicated somewhere else, but then not duplicate the FAQ. But theoretically, any ruling on one version of that rule should work on all of them. Did I miss Uriel? Maybe. We talked about demons and this weird pink horror thing. Talked about Death Guard. Talked about Drukhari. Talked about Legions of Votann. Talked about Space Wolves. I think we talked about everything, chat. Oh, unless there's Codex updates. Are there Codex updates? Maybe. Ugh. This is a nightmare. What would have changed on the Ork legend thing? Oh, this is the legend document. I don't care about legend documents. Oh, it's like a recently updated section. Oh, okay, that's kind of cool, I guess. But it's a bunch of stuff that I'm not really sure how they've changed. Like, what has changed in the demon index? There's no update sheet here. Like, I can't tell. All right, we're just gonna close that section. I don't want that anymore. Would it be in other rules? Imperial armor, Codex FAQ. Okay. I bet there's more stuff to talk about. Let's go. Why wouldn't it be in one FAQ document? Why not do an FAQ document for every faction? Why don't we do a big FAQ document that includes some of the parts for every faction, and then do a separate one for every faction? Let's do that. We could put it all in one document, but no, couldn't possibly. All right. If you're using Deceptors, when you use the scrambled coordinate stratagem, can your opponent sequence one or more end of movement phase abilities to happen after the stratagem's effect ends? Get absolutely shit on, Deceptors. Oh my god. just a fucking trash ass detachment. Okay, fair enough. I understand. You could change the stratagem. So this is, if I remember correctly, right? Scrambler's Coordinates gives you an Omni Scrambler's aura, but it says until the end of the movement phase, right? And so if you just have stuff that triggers the end of movement phase, you just be like, fuck, get fucked. But they could just say until the start of the shooting phase, right? And then it would be fine. But I guess that's too difficult. Yeah, so Scrambled Coordinates, start of the reinforcement step of your opponent's moon phase. Until the end of the phase, enemy reserves cannot be set up within 12 inches of the target unit. So, if you have end of movement phase uppy downies, then they stop. But I guess it's specifically end of movement phase uppy downies, which is like, of which there are very few. I guess the jump is the good one. It used to be Wings of Sanguinius too, right? But that one's gone. Like regular uppy downies, I guess. Well, so it's very limited, but there are occasionally ways to get around that. That's kind of weird and strange. I feel like it should say start until start of shooting, but that's okay. It's not going to affect too much. Predatory Pursuit from Soulforge Warpack. Heretic Astartes vehicle or Vashly Archbane. That's the reactive move that goes towards you. Unstoppable Rampage. Vastar can go through walls. Cypher. Agent of Discord does not stack with other CP cost increases. Are there other ones? Maybe. Feeding Frenzy. Vashtor can kill people and heal. That's actually sick. Good on you, Vashtor. And he got a points cut. What a guy. When using the Soul Link enhancement, can a bearer use a datasheet ability it gains even as a result of that ability, even if it's already been used by another character model? As many times as restrictions allow. Hey, sick. So you can Soul Link over like the Chaos Lords like once per game and then use it again. That's cool. Can you select a character model from your army that's not in the battlefield? Excluding character models embarked on the transport. So you can choose them from engagement or from reserve. Can a character with Soul Link use the enhancement while it's in reserve? Yes. Do you get their core and faction abilities? I love that this is all Soul Link FAQs because it's like such a nightmare of an effect. I'm replacing the data sheet abilities of the bearer of the Soul Link enhancement with those selected to the character model. Does this include which units the bearer can be attached to? I'm using Veterans of the Long War, and I select an attached unit to be Focus of Hatred, and it splits. Are each of them considered to be Focus of Hatred? Yes, that's how persistent effects work. If a Veterans of the Long War detachment, can you select a unit embarked on the transport as the Focus of Hatred? No, they can't be selected for things. For the Opportunistic Raiders stratagem, if the unit did not fight in the phase, is a unit that did not fight in the phase an eligible target for the stratagem, provided it was an eligible target to fight? Yes. Yeah, that makes sense. While using the balanced data slate, can I use Opportunistic Raider stratagem to fall back a unit of Warp Talons, then use that Warp Strike ability to place it in reserve? Yes, if it destroyed one or more units. Is a unit that did not fight this phase eligible to use the ability, provided it was eligible to fight at one point? No. Huh. So if you are at some point in engagement range of a target of an enemy, and then they leave before you fight, you actually aren't. You're no longer considered to have been eligible to fight. That's bizarre. When is Fabius Bile's Surgeon effect resolve? Surgeon. After the attack that destroyed Fabius Bile has been resolved, in the event that he's returned to the battlefield while attacks are still to be resolved, they would then are resolved. Okay, so you don't lose them when he dies. Yeah, I think that's generally how it was played. There's some nice updates to Vashtor, though. Tyranids, Arata. Are they good? No! Vanguard Onslaught is fucking trashed. Are you kidding me? God damn it. Your shooting phase. So, Surprise Assault used to have the most ambiguous timing of all time. It was just in the shooting phase or the fight phase. But now it's your shooting phase or the fight phase. Or I guess that's how it always was. But you could use it in your opponent's fight phase. It's after a Vanguard Invader has selected its targets. You select one enemy unit that was selected as the target of one or more of your unit's attacks. Oh, no. Oh, that's so bad. Does that kill that entire detachment? Holy shit. That was clearly unintended, but like the only thing keeping Vanguard Invasion or Vanguard Onslaught from being like playable. Because you could force end of fight phase battle shock attacks on enemies to turn on your Neurolictor auras. And like the only time that works is if you can force like 3 or 4 battle shock checks, and the only reason you could do that is because you could duplicate Surprise Assault a bunch of times. You could do it end of your opponent's fight phase, your shooting phase, your fight phase. And then if you also got a Neurolictor, you could force 4 battle shocks on one unit, which was very important for actually being able to kill people. Oh no, chat. Oh no, that's terrible. Yeah, you could also target anything on the board, yep. I think that sinks that whole detachment. That's so trash. Holy shit, okay. How does Unsane Lurkers work? Exactly how you think it is. Do units that are repositioned by rules that do not specify that they are being that the repositioned unit is first placed into reserves need to take a battle shock check? Yes. Yeah, if you're repositioned, you are considered to have arrived from reserves. Can you use the Rampant Regeneration stratagem when an ability like Doombolt or Vortex of Doom would inflict mortal wounds? No, you're not selected as a target. When resolving a Moloch's Terror from the Deep ability, which units need to take a battle shock check? Every unit within 12 or every unit for which a 5+ is rolled? Yeah, that's pretty obvious. Okay. If a unit uses a roll to place a unit into strategic reserve during the first battle round, and the roll states the unit must arrive on the battlefield in the next round, what happens if a model from your army uses the Psychostatic Disruption enhancement on the second battle round when that enemy strategic reserves unit is due to arrive? They bounce for a turn. Okay, that's an interesting conundrum. I think that might previously have blue screened. It just had no resolution. It's actually very funny. I didn't think about that. If you have like a Chaos Demons unit that's like, I'll use my uppy downy, I'm required to come in, and then the Psychostatic Disruption is like, you can't. The game's over. GG. We time out. That's funny. If you selected a unit of Neurogons for the Neurotyrant's Neuroloid's ability that is not led by a Synapse unit, does it gain the Synapse keyword? No. No. Doesn't Neuroloids just say that you are in Synapse range? That would be huge, actually. Is that true? The selected units are considered to be in Synapse. And Neurogons say while you're in Synapse range, right? While you're within Synapse range. What? Oh, but it doesn't say a friendly unit. Go fuck yourself. Come on. If your army faction is Tyranids, well, Tyranid's unit from your army is within 6 inches of one or more friendly Synapse models. It's said to be within Synapse range of that model and of your army. Okay. Alright. Alright. I get it. I get it, but it's shitty. Understood. I did not know that that's how that works, though. That's very That's a very particular wording, but fair enough. Neurogaunt's too OP. It's true. It's true. They were too strong. And honestly, like, that's not really the reason you're taking Neurogaunt's anyway. I definitely have played it the other way, though. I did not actually, like, unironically, I did not realize that there was a distinction between synapse range of a unit and synapse range of your army. I think that's the only place where it matters. If I modeled my Crisis battlesuits using flying stems provided in the kit, do those models have a pivot value of 2? No. That's a funny. Thank you. If I used a flying stem to because I'm a vehicle model, did I nerf myself? If I'm using the Crute hunting pack detachment, can I use the Crute Warshaper's ability to modify the CP cost to join the hunt stratagem selected as that Warshaper's own bodyguard unit, as it was just destroyed now? Because you unattach when you were destroyed. So I'm using Crute hunting pack detachment. If an enemy unit selects a Crute unit from your army as a target of ranged attacks, so you use hidden hunters, so your Crute is no longer eligible. Can your Crutox riders still use Crute hunting packs? No. They haven't resolved their attacks. Pure Tide Engram Neurochip got actually does something now. You get a 4+ CP regen on the target unit. That's actually, is that good? How expensive is that enhancement? Is that an expensive enhancement? I guess I will look on the field manual because I don't know if it changed. Because like Retaliation Cadre burns through CP like it's going out of style, and a 4+ regen is okay. If that's a 10-point enhancement, that might be a windmill slam. But I guess I don't know where you're putting it, because you have uppy downy on your Enforcer, and you have bombs on your Cold Star. So I guess it's your third. Damn Empire. It is 25 points. Nope. Just kidding. That's too expensive. It's the most expensive one. They don't have a 10-point enhancement in this attachment. What the fuck? Well, that's frustrating. That's not very good. I don't like that. At least it is not a literal blank date, like blank entry, though. For a hot minute, it didn't do anything. It was literally pointless. Yeah, if that was 10 points, we'd be talking. I think that's a windmill slam. But at 25 points, too much. Thank you. We're getting close to taking a whole unit of guys. You can get Crude Hounds for pretty cheap, you know. Orcs. Oh, excuse me. While the WA is active for your army, so they have changed the wording on all these enhancements. What did they say before? Oh god, I don't know how to spell Gazgul. Gazgul. Is that right? Oh, I nailed it! Yay! I figured it out. Previously it said if you called a WA this battle round. Oh, yeah, but there was like a weird thing where you could call a WA at the bottom of the round and it only affected you for like half the thing. Yeah. And also, if you had other effects that would call you, count you as being in WA, much better. Much nicer wording. I think most of these are just like sort of clarifications. If a character is attached to a unit of Meganobs, loses the Fiona Pain once it's no longer an attached unit. Can my opponent use the Fire Overwatch stratagem when I remove boss Necrons unit from the battlefield using Culling? When you remove them from the battlefield? Oh, because they're selected to make a normal move, right? Can I use... my opponent use Fire Overwatch when I use boss Necrons coming back on the battlefield? Yes. Yes. Unless he's leading a unit of commandos when he is set back up. Do they have an anti-Overwatch effect? When using the Bully Boys detachment, do the War Boss Knob and Mega Knob abilities check if the WA is active for your army... That check if the WA is active for your army work during the second WA, yes. Yeah, I think that is good. I think that was probably the clarification because it was a little bit ambiguous, but makes sense to me. Adeptus Sororitas. Only get one cherub. Good. If they split their unit in an immolator. If a character with Saintly Example is destroyed while within 12 inches of an Imagifier, can use the Imagifier's Litany of Deeds to reroll the results of the additional D3 Miracle Dice. Yes, you can, chat! Oh, okay. That's what it says. I think I read that it said no. But I think I just assumed that it was going to say no to be argumentative. If I use the Penitent Host attachment, do I have to select a Vow of Atonement every battle round? Yes. Oh, really? That's not an option like Gladius Task Force? What? You just automatically get them? Is that real? That's nuts. That poor detachment, dude. It's like so... It's so put upon. At the start of the battle round, select one of the following. Yeah, it doesn't say you can select. It says select. Gladius doesn't say that, right? Do the other Doctrine effects do that? God, I hope not. Have I been misplaying these the entire time I've been playing 40k? Synaptic Nexus says you can select. Space Marine says you can select. Wild. Get wrecked, non-templated wording. Sorry, penitents. Penitent host. Get fucked, dude. What? That's so bad. Oh my god. Alright. Get wrecked. Sorry, sisters. Your faction is sad now. I can't say I'm too upset, though. It's very annoying to play against. Necrons! OBS and its phalanx. Noble, Lichguard, or Triarch units. Can get +1 to wound. What? OBS and its phalanx rules now? Silent King gains Triarch? What? It took them a whole year, but we finally gained the keyword that like it was entirely based around him. Plasmancer's Living Lightning. Can't select people who are lone operatives. Makes sense. When you use Protocol, if the Undying Legions are any other rules that are applicable to reanimation protocols affected, yes, makes sense. If I am using Canoptic Court and there are no objective markers in No Man's Land or in my opponent's deployment zone, can those areas be within my power matrix? No. We're playing Scorched Earth and my opponent destroyed their destroyed all the middle objective markers. How does power matrix work? And like they doesn't. They broke it. They broke the power matrix. They cut the lines. That's actually hilarious. Phalanx sounds amazing. Yeah. Unironically super sick. Like they basically like doubled the number of units that apply to it, right? Cuz like all of your non-overlord units now get it. So like if you have like Royal Wardens and stuff, right? And then also the Silent King, it's crazy. That's so much. Brood Brothers detachment, all Genestealer cult units. A Genestealer cult model from your army must be your warlord. Astra Militarum. Okay, so you can't do the full army, the full Astra Militarum army thing where you take nothing but Imperium units. Sad. Too bad. If you include Casterkin units from your army, Brood Brothers can you use Warrior Elite? Yes, makes sense. When you set up a Cult Ambush army without using a Cult Ambush marker, can you still target that unit with Tonner Crawlers? Yes. Sick. Good stuff. Adeptus Mechanicus. Target a unit with Auto Divinatory Targeting while Protector Imperative is active. What order are the ballistic skill modifiers applied? You get to, yeah, because replacement effects first. Makes sense. Adeptus Custodes. If an enemy model is within 12 inches of any part of a unit that's being led by a character with Radiant Mantle, when that enemy unit model selects targets for attacks, those attacks suffer -1 to hit. Yes. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, not just the character. If you're using an Orc Champion's detachment and an Adeptus Custodes character that is leading a unit from your army is destroyed, does the Assemblage of Might detachment rule still apply to the remaining models in that unit until the start of your next command phase. No. Yeah, you're no longer a character unit. If I'm using Auric Champions, when selecting an enemy unit for Assemblage Might, can you select a unit that is embarked into transport? No. Makes sense. That tracks. Agents of the Imperium. Yeah, they just fixed the infantry thing. Sorry, everyone, trying to put rhinos into other rhinos. It is done. The Ork wording change is huge because it used to be all those units could not be in a transport when the wall was called to get the buffs. No, I think that was wrong, right? Because it just said during the battle round in which you called the wall, right? I know that it got ruled that way for a while, but I don't think that was correct. But it was like ambiguous for sure. But either way, it works as intended now. They used to say when the WoW was called. Did it really? Is that true? It just says if you called a WoW this battle round. I don't know. It's an aura, right? Maybe there's other stuff that I'm not looking at. He used to be the banner guy, but he got legended. I guess it was like a bunch of bully boys stuff. Whereby says, oh, when you call a WA, yeah. So they wouldn't get affected because they're not on the battlefield, or they're not. They're in a transport, so they can't be affected by things. All right, fair enough, chat. I wasn't looking at the right data sheet for that interaction, but yeah, that is weird. I'm glad it doesn't work that way. I don't think I ever saw anyone play it that way. I know there was a question at the start of the edition whether or not a unit in a transport benefited from the WA at all, and that was, I think, very quickly confirmed too. Of course they do. Don't be silly. But for I know I covered a couple of events that just said they were just like, you don't get, if you're in a transport and the WA gets called, you didn't hear it. The engine's too loud, and you don't get the benefit at all because you can't be affected when you called it. And I was like, well, that doesn't make sense. It's a persistent effect. It's army-wide. It should apply retroactively. Forged in battle. Bear's leading unit. Once return, you can turn a result to an unmodified 6. They used to say just a 6. That's funny. Uriel Ventress. Unorthodox strategist. If you target a unit from their army with a stratagem, if the unit's within 12, increase the cost of the stratagem by 1 CP. So he has a Lord of Deceit. Wait, does that replace his Deep Strike? That'd be kind of a disaster, right? Oh no, he's Master of the Fleet. Oh, it's his terrible battle shock thing. Wait, Uriel Ventress is an insane Chad. What? Hold up. Excuse me? we don't have any love for fucking Cato Sicarius, but Uriel Ventress gets 2 of the best abilities in the game. Excuse me? What? What the fuck is this data sheet, dude? Are you kidding me? We could have two deep striking Lords of Deceit in Space Marines, chat. 2 of them. There could be 2. And if you play them in Vanguard Spearhead, then you could have 2 uppy downy yang Lords of Deceit. That's nuts. That's nuts. That's insane. That sounds so sick. You're single-handedly about to get them in the Goldilocks zone. Yeah, the best part is too, right? None of these are active abilities. So you could just like you could just put him in like a company hero squad in a transport all game and then like run him out and like run at people. He's also Tacticus keyworded. Is that correct? Wait, is Uriel Ventress a Primaris man? Well, let me look at this man's model. He's Tacticus? That's a Tacticus guy? Oh, I guess he's like, yeah, he's an intercessor man. That's what? Wait, that's wild. Did he Rubicon it up? Because he was like a OG character, right? That he's definitely wearing Tacticus armor. But I thought that he was a firsty born boy. Oh, look at that that glorious impact font there. You love to see it. Graphic design is my passion, chat. Wild. I had no idea that Uriel Ventress was a big boy, was a big tall man. I thought he was a little short boy. They might be really good. Yeah, I mean, I think jury's still out on Gilliman. Gilliman getting like the Nerf bat just directly like pierced through his like chest is a little problematic, but I think the captain list like might unironically be really good now. You could have 3 Vect, Uriel, Calidus, and the Vanguard enhancement. Oh, that's true. You could have 3 of them. At least they did specify they don't stack anymore, which is good. Yeah, Watchmaster had it. Yeah. This is that's really cool. That's really cool, chat. Oh, I want to play Space Marines again now. Reaver Lieutenant. You could attach this model to a unit it can lead. Were people making the argument that you could attach it to any unit? That's hilarious. Does an objective marker that has been sabotaged by your army remain sabotaged if your opponent controls it at the start of any turn? Yes. Does that matter? Does sabotaging an objective do anything? If a Hellblaster is destroyed by anything other than an attack, can that model use its for the chapter ability? No. What? Is that? Oh, it's the same. It's the same thing as the It's the same thing as the other guy. Yeah, so I think these FAQs are just wrong. It's the same thing as the death befitting an officer. So these FAQ answers are wrong because this isn't what they mean. They don't mean can a Hellblaster be destroyed by anything other than an attack. They mean does the ability trigger if the Hellblaster is destroyed when no units are attacking? Because you can be destroyed as a result of your own ability. Like you can be destroyed during. You can resolve the effect if you're destroyed during your own attack sequence. Has been the answer. So it requires a model to have been attacking when you die. So it works with Hazardous because Hazardous triggers at the end of your attack sequence. It should be the exact same result as the or the exact same answer as the Tank Commander effect, because the Tank Commander, unless I'm just mistaken here, is literally identical ability. Unless there's like weird idiosyncrasies between them. God, it feels like 8th edition all over again. What a nightmare. Yeah, when it's destroyed, roll a 2d6 and then it attacks after the attacking unit has finished making its attacks. Each time a model in this unit is destroyed, yeah. So like, what a bad FAQ. So like, this is just incorrect. If you're destroyed by anything other than attack, can you use it for the chapter? The answer is yes, but you have to be attacking while you do it. What a mess. What a fucking mess. So, yeah, I don't think that there's an argument that you can't use it on Hazardous, right? Because an identical ability has been FAQ'd identically to be used on Hazardous. It doesn't seem to me that there is an argument that that one can be correct and the one can apply and the other one doesn't, right? Because they have identical timing. Each time a model in this unit is destroyed, when this model is destroyed. Yeah, also there's a designer's note, yeah. But the designer's note's like always kind of like weird rules. Like realistically, there is also this thing that says that it should trigger on Hazardous too. But I think that like reinforces the interpretation, right? But you can't in good faith argue, even forgetting the designer's note, you can't in good faith argue that this ability triggers when you're destroyed as a result of Hazardous and this one doesn't, right? Because it's literally identical. The FAQ is the FAQ? Yeah, I mean, it's just a bad FAQ. Like, if you're destroyed as a result of Doom Bolts, do you trigger for the chapter? No one's attacking, so there's no timing at which you can attack back. Sure, makes sense to me. Say that. Why do we have this thing? Why is this anything other than attack effect? Because that's clearly wrong. What? It's so insane. This one is like, this one actually I think is much easier to trigger than the Tank Commanders. Because the Tank Commander's weird, because if you destroy the Tank Commander while he's attacking, he definitionally can't complete the rest of his attacks, right? So he can't progress to the resolved attacks step. Like, or he can't get to the point at which he has resolved his attacks. The Hellblaster unit, however, if we do the thing we said earlier, right, where you shoot Lucius the Eternal with your Hellblaster and you kill him before resolving the rest of the Hellblaster's attacks, and he kills the Hellblaster, then you still roll for the chapter, right? Because you've destroyed while attacking, so then your after attack the thing triggers. So sad with Codex Marines being again ignored. I don't know if we can talk about like units getting a bunch of buffs and saying that they're being ignored. What a mess of an FAQ that is, though. New detachment stuff. Sanguinary Guard only get 1 pistol for every 3. Is that true? I don't know if I have their new data sheet. I guess I have I have a hokey version. Are they on Wahapedia? Probably not. Let's find out. They are. Yay! Oh, it was 1 per the entire unit, but it should be 1 per 3. And they said that each model, any number of models, can have their blade replaced with a spear too. Okay, so these are just like actual clarifications that in fact improve your stuff. Can the Sanguinar arrive from reserve during the first battle round using Miraculous Saber? Yes, provided the mission rolls you are. Do not state otherwise. If you are using Pariah Nexus, the answer is no. Okay. Just core rules that shit, dude. You FAQ it this way every time. There are no mission rules besides the core rulebook that say that you can arrive in the first battle round. It's such a nuts. It's such a stupid thing. It makes me so bad. Like, literally the Crusade rules even say that you can't arrive during the first battle round. It's literally just open war in the core rulebook that doesn't say that. Fucking wild. Death from the Skies on page 75. What could bro mean by that? I don't know which detachment that's in. Not this one. Not this one. It is one Astartes jump pack unit from your army that advanced or fell back this turn. You're eligible to shoot, declare charge. Oh, but it's used in the charge phase, so you can't shoot with it, was the problem. Understood. But now it's used your movement phase after they fall back. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's a good update. That was a weird one. I think I remember talking about that when the Codex first leaked and how it was like mistimed and didn't make any sense. All right, chat. I think we finally made it through everything. Ugh. It's a roller coaster ride of an update, to be honest. They didn't fix the -1 AP on the Death Company Dreadnought's stubber. Are Iron Hail stubbers -1 AP? I guess you can look at a Brutalis, right? It should be the same, theoretically the same as a Brutalis. Are they -1 AP? I always advance with these guys, so it never matters. Oh yeah, get wrecked. Blood Angels they don't have armor-piercing bullets. I don't know what to tell you. Imperial Knights list didn't change at all. She's 15 away from 2,000. Rip. You can't even buy an enhancement for that, right? I wish that they... Like, it's so weird that the stated goal of enhancements was to give armies like more room to expand into their points values, right? Where you could like points fill more easily. But then Knights list, the army that has the toughest time filling the points because they don't have like small, like cheap units to fill the gaps with, got ridiculously expensive enhancements. You're like, what are you doing? And I understand it's because it like provides a big bonus to a huge unit, but like also, I don't know, I feel like they're the army that needs the help the most. Yeah, how are we feeling about the changes, chat? It was kind of light. I guess like Thousand Suns got slammed. Sororitas got nuked from orbit, which honestly, like, I don't know. have mixed feelings. It felt too harsh, but also like straight up fuck that codex. I think it's like busted from a design standpoint. I think it needs like a rebuild. So I don't. It's whatever. Orcs and GSC feel very good. Space Marines might have a little bit going on. Space Wolves feel like they sort of, I don't know, they like expanded. I bet Agent X is over the moon. That man does not like playing Thunderwolf Cavalry. And the stuff just got buffed. Besides Bjorn and Logan, everything got buffed in the faction. Did I talk about the Hellblasters thing? Yeah, it's like a non-thing. Hellblasters just can't... So basically... The over-under is on shoot on death abilities. Essentially what they said was that anything that says that you that it triggers after an attacking unit has resolved its attacks only trigger while a unit is attacking. So if you die during your attack sequence and then progress to having resolved your attacks, you can shoot. If you don't, you can't shoot. So if someone like blows up next to you and you're not attacking, I guess like that would like units exploding as a result of attacks would always trigger it. But if you're like doom bolted or something, because no one's attacking, there's no correct timing for that ability to resolve, so it doesn't work. But They did it in a weird, stupid way that makes no sense. And I think that's just the correct interpretation. Thousand Suns got Exterminatus, yeah. I mean, they were like clearly overpowered. I just think that I feel it's tough, I think, because their stable is so small. They're either really good or not bad. Like, they're either really strong or bad based on the, like, 6 data sheets they're able to play. And that might just be the case for the faction until they get more stuff. Like, between them and World Eaters feel like they're in the same boat, right? If, like... but World Eaters even have more build variety than Thousand Suns do. Thousand Suns are just, like, locked into one thing. But yeah, I'm pleasantly excited. I think it'll be fun to not just like immediately die to Adeptus Sororitas as soon as you hit them. That'll be exciting. Might be able to win that matchup without like just brutally dicing your opponent out. Would be good. Eldar buffs feel like real strong. Eldar might be like unironically super good now. Orcs and GSE feel great. Man, 155 points for a kill rig, dude. That's nuts. What a profile. Holy shit. Gilliman, snazzy looking dude, yeah. How do the Astartes points agents pick their 39% win rate? So I think that the way that Games Workshop, at least sort of based on their commentary, it seems like there's sort of two there's sort of like two approaches that they're taking. The first one is that in the near term, they aren't really approaching Space Marines as a split faction. It seems like they're saying, hey, Dark Angels and Blood Angels and Space Wolves are fine. So the faction's okay, right? And they buffed some stuff that was like really just truly terrible, which was good. But they nerfed some like core things that were core to most of those factions. And it seems to me like for this update anyway, they're like, hey, as long as you can play a sub-faction, you're good to go. And whether or not you agree with that or not, like that's how they did it. But they're also, it seems like they got some stuff cooking on the Codex compliant stuff. It does feel like Ultramarines might be fringe playable. But I also think that Space Marines are in such a weird boat because like everyone just dives to whichever sub-faction's the best at any one time. And so like I think the Codex compliant factions have suffered extra because there's no reason to play them. Like their win rate is probably irrelevant, to be honest. Like they're either better than non-compliant chapters, or they don't exist. Because everyone will just migrate to whichever chapter is the best at one time. So like I think that Games Workshop sort of internalized that, at least for now. Hopefully we see some new updates for them, but it'll take 2 or 3 months. Triple Ballistas will be fun. Yeah, Ballistas Dreadnought's going down is huge. Is it reasonable to like not just like windmill slam 330 point ballistas in your list? They're so good. It's just like so unreasonably consistent. Astra Militarum. Well, they got the tank commander change. That's a big deal, actually. The tank commander change was huge. 225 for a unit that can order itself is like a kind of a big deal. I don't know. Getting it seems to me like they have further driven the Leman Russ Demolisher deeper into its grave, because it doesn't feel like there is literally any reason to take a Leman Russ Demolisher now. The like shooting and engagement thing is cool, but for whatever it is, like 25, 30, I think it's 25 more points, right? It's 25 more points. You get an order on top of that, and the shoot on death, which is like situationally useful. Also, Aquilons. Yeah, Aquilons are like, you know, quote unquote official now. I think Guard will probably be fine. The nerf to Bulgren does reduce their power level. I don't think that you could argue that Bulgren being like just taken out back and shot in the head doesn't make the faction less good, but they have other stuff going on. Other stuff that they didn't, recently. So I don't know. We'll see how things end up. I'm excited to see it. But anyway, chat, I think I'm going to go ahead and hop off here. This was a surprising stream day. I did not expect to be streaming on Wednesday morning, but we got there, and we talked about the endless rules black holes that were opened in this update, which has been weird. But, yeah. I think Aquilons would be broken if you could take them in squads of 5, to be fair. There is a very specific reason you can only take them in 10s, and it's that you can't give a 5 model utility unit a 3-inch deep strike. That is far too powerful. Like the only 3-inch deep strikers, the only natural 3-inch deep strikers in the game cost like 100+ points, and there's a reason for that. I guess these guys cost 90. They cost 90+ points, and the reason for that is that it's a very, very powerful ability, and you can't give it to 5 model units that you can spam. Yeah. Yeah, squads of 5 would have been... You would have seen... There would have been 3 in every list, hands down, and then they would have been insanely broken. Like, your scoring game is just the most consistent in the entire game, like, with no issues. But yeah, chat, I'm going to go ahead and hop off. Thanks, everyone, for watching. I'll probably have some shorter videos up on this in the next couple of days. I'll try to get one out this afternoon that summarize the changes a little bit more. But otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and peace. So thanks, everyone, for watching. We won't be live tomorrow, if that's the case, but I will be live tomorrow evening. I'm going to be playing my Wraith my Wraith Guard list again. Tomorrow evening, I think it's 8 p.m. US Eastern is when the final game got scheduled. So that is going to be live, and stay tuned for me over the rest of the week because I might be live with some other stuff too. So thanks, everyone. Keep it classy, folks, and I'll see you in the next one.